Ciekawy patent.
Once upon a time,
Jedziemy.
the infamous rover Reynardo plundered the floating isles. Then his mother called him to her deathbed. "Swear to me that you won't die on the gallows," she rasped. Reluctantly, he swore. And he whiled away his days at home with music, cards, and wine. But the Emperor had changed. He'd been good once, a shy, almost humble toad. He'd built universities. But then people started whispering about mass graves in the woods, midnight rituals, victims screaming. The Imperial Ravens would round up entire villages, and no one ever returned. The Ravens had come to Ubar scouting for ancient books said to be of great power. But the librarians had hidden the books, so they'd burnt the librarians. The citizens, outraged, had driven them off. The Ravens had come back with dropships. The kid had fled with one of those books. He was brave and dumb and wanted to join the rebellion. And Reynardo had promised his mother he'd protect him.
Okej. Okej. Ta gra też jest zablokowana w 62.
The kid was looking down, watching his city burn. "Sorry, kid," Reynardo told the kid. "Look, if we give them the book, they'll leave you alone." "My mother died for this book!" "I promised her I'd protect you." Oh, damn it. The kid had run off. With the book, of course. So Reynardo had to run after him.
Aha, czyli to jest taka gra. Pita. Protect Pita. Ja nie wiem, jak oni zrobili tak perfekcyjną
The two
grafikę.
ravens were staring at the kid like he was their dinner, which probably was what was in their tiny brains. "Hey," Reynardo said. They cocked their heads at him. "Pick on someone as ugly as you." Wait, that didn't come out right. "For the Emperor!" The ravens cawed and rushed at him.
O, ta gra ma przynajmniej combo meter. Okej. Wydaje się być uproszczoną wersją Amenside tak na razie. Pewnie powyciągali lekcje ze stories, żeby poprawić grę w Amenside. Ale kurde, ta grafika, nie? Nie wiem czemu, ale strasznie mnie to jara.
A dropship flew overhead. He hoped they hadn't noticed him. The kid.
Co ja mam rzucić? Nie jestem pewien, czy ta osoba była chora psychicznie, ale raczej tak. U mnie w klasie jadła krzesła. Mówię teraz serio. Zawsze nie chciałem mu robić krzywdy, bo wiedziałem, że no coś jest kurwa nie tak.
Making the skyship docks a gated community. You needed a hero's sword to open it. And the kid was on the other side of the gate. Who let you through? Promise me you'll take the book to the rebels, or I'm gonna steal your ship. I'm not taking that damn book anywhere, and neither are you. Try and stop me, laughed the kid. I bet you don't even have a hero sword. And with that, the kid hopped away. Had to hand it to the kid. He was an idiot, but he had guts. Where was Reynardo going to get a hero sword?
Nie chciałem mu zrobić krzywdy, bo wiedziałem, że coś jest nie tak, ale pamiętam, że raz go tak zintegrowałem z podłogą na WF, że prawie trafił do szpitala. Nie jestem z tego dumny, od tamtego momentu staram się takich osób dystansować. Czekaj, nie rozumiem. Co to znaczy jadła krzesła? Dosłownie? Co, że drewno lubi?
Ore and wind essence? That sounds about right. I'll need a workshop, though. Perfect.
Look badass.
A hero sword. QED. This is what he got for settling down and finding people to care about. The kid's mum had been a swell cook, and she'd laughed at Renado's jokes, even when he didn't know he'd made one. And then the ravens had come to burn her. And she'd made him promise to protect the kid. But she never told him where the book was. Just the kid. He came up to a ledge. It was too far to jump. There'd been a bridge here before, hadn't there? And there was Peter, giggling at him. "How'd you get across?" he asked the kid. "Where'd you find a hook?" "I hopped," said the kid. White-ass kid. "Hey, look out behind you!" "Cute," said Renato.
Cute.
Ah, ravens.
Mam nadzieję, że w tej grze chociaż jest jakiś minimalny fragment fabularny, który spowoduje, że zaczniemy zadawać sobie pytania i próbować rozwiązać jakąś zagadkę.
It was time to talk some sense into the kid. Just hook his way across the ledge and chase the kid down. Thing was, he hadn't used his hook since he'd retired. How had he done it? Maybe if he meditated at that altar there, he'd remember his old skills.
W ogóle ja muszę gadać na tym streamie. Jak w to gram.
It was starting to come back to him. Something you never completely forgot, like how to freeze time when attacking. The more he fought, the more he'd probably remember.
Okej, to może być gra na speedrun. Tak,
And there was the Farfarer. She was the fastest ship he'd ever known. She could do the Kessel run in 12 furlongs. Oh, so the salesman had told him. And something told him the kid was about to walk into an ambush. "Stop!" he shouted. "I'm not giving you the book!" shouted the kid, and took off. "No! Peter!" The kid ran for it, and a goggler nailed him with its eyebeam.
F. Wyobraź sobie lekcję obojętnie jaką i typa, który gryzie oparcie drewnianego krzesła na lekcji, czasami drze mordę. To, że ktoś jest niedojebany mózgowo, nie znaczy, że jest chory psychicznie. If you know what I mean. To nie musi być choroba. Nie każdy jest inteligentny. Może on po prostu ma fetysz na krzesła.
The book was unburned. Next to it were the buckles from the kid's shoes, and a kid-sized pile of ashes. Damn it. Why hadn't he lied and told the kid he'd take the book to the rebels? The kid would be alive now. Really pissed off and betrayed, but alive. Oh, damn it. Renato picked up the book. He couldn't let the Empire have it now. He was going to have to get it out of there. He'd be a wanted man. Probably have to join the rebellion just to have a place to dock. Well, he'd hated home life anyway.
I to się da niszczyć.
big deal about this book anyway? Maybe he should open it and find out.
Find out.
All
Ale
that had been
na
years.
monitorze mam jakieś gówno.
How many? The war was a blur, and now 3 Raven scout ships were chasing him. Where are you running, rebel? Cawed the Raven captain over the loud hailer. Renato could see them cranking up their catapults. Just going out for milk? Renato yelled back. Where can you run? Laughed the Raven horribly. Far behind him, another city was burning. The dark cloud above its island was thousands of Imperial ships. The fleet was doing a thorough job. Take us to the rebel base! I will spare your life! It called. The entire jury-rigged rebel fleet was only a few islands to the east. Beyond that were only the pillars of heaven, a sea of endless blood-colored tornadoes. The rebellion was out of time, unless Renato could bring a game-changer. Maybe he could. Renato had found out where he could find the pieces of the Sky Ripper, the legendary weapon that had exiled the lost gods. Surely a legendary weapon could win the final battle. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino had sent Renato a desperate message saying he had a brilliant scheme to save the rebellion. If Renato could only rescue him. Renato dived the Farfarer towards the abyss. As he felt the heat of the jet stream, the Raven ships peeled off, not stable enough to follow him down there. Now it was time to choose. Lapino or the Sky Ripper.
Ta gra... Strasznie śmierdzi mi Omen Sightem. Jakby Omen Sight to było Stories, tylko bez narratora. Rebellion was out of time and Renato needed a game changer, an ancient artifact that defeated the lost gods. Would indeed be a game changer, for it was split into 2 pieces many years ago. Renato could rebuild it by first getting its armature. Spróbujmy. Być może on się potem okaże chujem.
Ah, Lapino.
What does the fox choose?
Apparently the mad rabbit
Osiągnięcie.
sold a Pegasus that he did not exactly own. Lapino always wiggled out of trouble given time, but he was out of time. The Ravens had figured out that Lapino was a rebel spy. If the fleet reached him first, they'd string him up for that. Never mind the winged horse. Lapino had apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it.
Rabbit!
Wait. Where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the Ravens? If I craft a sword now, it's going to be really short.
Ale ta gra ma zajebisty soundtrack. Nawet skrzynka z Omen Sighta. Czyżby Sparhead Games było moim kolejnym ulubionym studiem?
Renato wondered if it wasn't cheaper to build bridges and stairs.
Chyba właśnie skipuję całą grę.
The Ravens had taken the town. Renato had seen villages emptied like this. All the people taken away to be sacrificed in the Emperor's secret
To jest ta
ritual.
sama gra,
Renato hoped the people were just hiding.
tylko inna fabuła.
Renato's blood was up. He just needed to smash something.
tylko, że tam musieliśmy się bawić w detektywa. Tutaj mamy po prostu sami sobie piszemy fabułę i ma.
Kill the rebel! Caught one, Raven. Eat the rebel! Caught another. Ravens were landing everywhere. The advance guard. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lupino first, they'd eat him for breakfast. Or a snack. Ravens weren't picky. If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lupino. Where had the mad rabbit got to?
System walki jest strasznie beznadziejny. Maszujesz jeden klawisz w kółko. Cały czas kwadrat naciskam. Z Omen Side to poprawili. Czy to samo studio muzyczne...
felt like he was ready to learn new things. Thank goodness he didn't have to go to school for that. It was starting to come back to him. Something you never completely forgot, like how to freeze time when attacking. The more he fought, the more he'd probably remember.
Ten sam zespół. Soundtrack brzmi bardzo, bardzo.
Renato felt a chill run down his back. Or possibly a flea.
Coś tam Avenue, nie? Dobrze pamiętam? Avenue. Czyli będziemy się znowu cofać. Jak będziemy mieć lepszego miecza. Wiem, że Wiem, że tą grę można troszeczkę grindować jakby, no bo przez to, że są wybory, jest duże stężenie tego, że trzeba przejść jeszcze raz. Poza tym pewnie w grze jest New Game Plus czy coś, żeby zachować umiejętności. Zobaczyć inne ścieżki, inne wybory.
Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lupino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato recognized the cards. It was Lupino's favorite deck. Oh, I thought you were in danger. I am. The Ravens are coming. Oh, the
Attention all gamers.
The discard owed me 53 ducats, so we made a deal. They're very reasonable people, actually, for weasels. Now, I got a brilliant plan to kidnap Zenobia. We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows, and that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who also happened to be a deadly sorcerer and, oh, his only daughter? That would be worth it. On the other hand, he could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power.
Teraz nagle mogę zboczyć ze ścieżki. Pogadałem z Rabitkiem. Z Rabitkiem 2. Może Lapino ma rację, no nie wiem, dopiero co go poznałem. Czy chcę ją skidnapować? Nie chcę. Spróbujemy zebrać to.
To make the Sky Ripper, the transcendent Emperor had wrapped an armature around the eye of a god. Bernardo had already let that armature slip away to save Lapino's life. But even its core, the eye torn from a god, surely they could fashion a great weapon from that. The core of the Sky Ripper? Lapino's excited. That's an actual thing that we could just go and get. You've been busy. He sure had. Bernardo told him all the things he'd been up to. Soon they got to talking about old times, about wages they'd won and lost, and scrapes they'd barely got out of. It was good to be back with his friend. Bernardo grinned. He had a very good feeling about this. It's beautiful here, thought Bernardo. He was thrilled to be back with his old war buddy. He missed the mad rabbit, but something was not quite right.
Chapter 2. Ile jest chapterów? Mam nadzieję, że jest ich tak z 50.
And this is why heroes are called dashing, Bernardo thought. See? Dashing? Get it?
24? Długo. Długa gierka będzie. Ta gra przynajmniej ma replayability. No w sumie Omen-Side też ma. Delikatnie. Choć gra jest teoretycznie liniowa, bo się nie da zmienić biegu wydarzeń. Możesz zmienić kolejność poznania ich. Nie wiem, co ci deweloperzy mają w głowach, że wprowadzają motion blur do gier. Ludzie. To jest 2019. A my dalej myślimy, że motion blur jest ok.
There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time.
Trzymaj się, Boko.
I wonder what I could make with all these sword crafting materials, thought Bernardo.
Podoba mi się to, jak oni stoją obok.
Bernardo felt wrong all over. He could feel an almost palpable sickness in the air. And if the land could have tumors, they would look like these monstrous crystals. The forest was quieter than it had been. There were insects, but few birds, if you didn't count the ravens. Bernardo smelled sick animals and dying ones, but no healthy ones. And getting a bad feeling about this, Bernardo thought. Maybe Lapino was right. Maybe they should have kidnapped Zenobia instead of coming here.
Motion blur w editingu. się nowa beta batalionu podoba. Nie rozumiem tych gier. Kurwa, ja mam nisko zejść. Raz jest za cicho, raz jest za głośno. Ja mam chyba jakiś normalizer czy coś takiego w systemie. On sam podnosi chyba głośność. Bunkar było to samo. Ej! Ej! Nie straciłem...
Should go, he thought.
Straciłem kontrolę. Nie mogłem się ruszać. Teraz jest za cicho.
As he held the radiant icosahedron, Renato felt queasy, like dozens of tiny worms were nibbling his insides. It wasn't healthy to be so close to the eye of a god. How could he use it? He could take it to the observatory. The scientists there could tell him how to harness its ancient power. But honestly, Renato ached to get away from it. He brought the core back with him to the Farfarer. But honestly, Renato ached to be rid of it. "Tell you what," said Lupino. "I'll take it to the observatory. You attack the Imperial outpost." The Imperial outpost was a vital communications node. Taking it could shatter the Empire's ability to coordinate. And it would be full of secret plans and maps and maybe even rebel prisoners. It was a good target for a hero like Renato. But what if Lupino got the core and then broke it, or lost it, or worse? Was Renato ready to take that risk? Maybe it was better if he brought the core to the scientists himself.
Thompson dalej chujowy, dominacja całkiem fajnie mi się podoba teraz. Batalion w tym momencie jest taką grą, gdzie Wartide jest kompletnie niegrywalny.
Lupino was a touchy rabbit. Renato knew that.
Arcade jest spoko.
I know.
Wartide jest kompletnie zniszczony.
But this is what I was
Nie da się grać moim zdaniem, znajdzie
At
zniszczyć.
least let me run ahead and warn the scientists you're coming.
A grają z Facji i Soniciem.
Lupino was intent on being a hero, just like him.
Wartide jest beznadziejny.
Sensible men crazy for glory. And Lupino had never been sensible. But what was the harm? Lupino might well trip over a hornet's nest of ravens. But that was better than ravens lying in ambush, wasn't it? They finished the trip to the Nexus in silence. Renato had no sooner rescued his friend than he was putting him back in danger. "All right," he finally said as they landed. "Go."
SMG nie są one hit headshot.
As Renato watched Lupino vanish on the horizon, he could feel nausea building in him. He felt ill. Could his knee really be aching this much? But how could he have handed the core off to Lupino? That was a recipe for disaster.
Jakiś chujowy mody są na R34, które wrzuciłem. Kiedy? Nic nie
Who
wiem.
needed bridges anyway?
Tak Okej, chyba rozumiem błąd w tej grze. Za każdym razem jak się mapa resetuje, to się głośność zmienia. Ma w dupie moje ustawienia. O. I znowu jest cicho. Czyli muszę za każdym razem, gdy mapa się zmienia, muszę wchodzić w opcję i pobawić się sliderem.
It was definitely easier to fight inanimate objects.
W sumie... Gdzie jest jakiś workbench, żeby
Look, it's not personal, but you smell terrible.
Mógłbym trochę ulepszyć mój miec. Perfekt. Czemu w CSGO teraz się strzela z auga, a nie z kałacha? Fox Explain.
Renato felt worse. All his joints were aching now. He'd been through beatings that felt better than this. So the core had a kind of poison that could harm you without even touching you. That's new. Well, it had power. The rebellion needed something with power. And how was this any worse than a sword wound? Well, a death by sword was sudden and fair. This was just squalid. A piecemeal death, like old age.
Lebeksa musiałbym pobrać. Tak dobrze wiem, że będziesz grał regularnie. Ja się teraz napiłem z Apexa, bo ma beznadziejny netcode. Bo wyszło na jaw.
The Nexus Observatory had some of the Empire's greatest scientists. If anyone could rig the core into a useful weapon, and even better, make it stop leaking poison, it would be them.
Allows to heal oneself.
His trusty old sword was always a little better when he sharpened it.
Żeby miecz mógł mnie... Co to jest za madness? A jak wskrzesić energię? Ja mogę się leczyć mieczem. Ale jakie głupie. Ale właśnie straciłem -1. Ja tracę życie. Co jest?
Building these platforms was so expensive, they'd run out of budget for guardrails.
Origin ma achievementy? Nawet nie wiedziałem. Au. No i nie wiem jak wskrzesić energię. A sama chyba się wskrzesza. To bardzo pomału. Jeżeli ta gra ma achów, co chwilę mi wyskakuje jakiś achievement.
Ooh, Renato hated warlocks. The way they stayed back and lobbed pain and death from a distance. Cowards. Really dangerous, effective cowards.
Może Orę wskrzesza energię? No. To wskrzesza, dobra. Kiedy Ghostmaster? Nigdy. Co i zrobił, że kartę od razu masz nową? Kupiłeś, czy naprawiłeś, czy co? Co sąsiad zrobił? Wypaliłeś pewnie. Do piekarnika wrzuciłeś.
The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists everywhere. Bernardo found the mad rabbit cowering under a desk. The ravens, they must have known we were coming, said Lapino. How did you... Well, see, I was doing a card trick with my lucky deck, and I kind of bobbled the cards, so I went under the desk to gather them up, and boom! I guess we'll have to take the car straight to the secret base. The secret rebel base. Yes. They had engineers there. But wait. Calaveras, the sage in the mountains. Maybe he would know what to do with the naked core. The core was killing him. He needed help. The sage, Calaveras, had given him the maps to find the armature and the core. If anyone knew the true name of the Transcendent Emperor, if anyone knew how to assemble the Sky Ripper, Calaveras did. If anyone could heal Reynardo and render the core safe, at least to its bearer, surely it was he.
Znowu audio.
The base of the mountain was the only safe place for a landing. He would have to continue on foot, muscles aching. Calaveras was a scholar, not a doctor. Could he really save Reynardo from the poison radiating from the lost god's eye he was so recklessly carrying?
Seek help from Calaveras. Aha, że każdy sword ma tylko 2 levele? No healuj się, młody. Widzę, że mamy jakiś poison.
What were these poles exactly? Parking meters from the time of the lost gods?
Bawimy na czas. Nie wiem, gdzie mam iść. Już za późno. Gdzie jest muzyka? Oddajcie mi muzykę.
Good thing I don't have to clean up around here, he thought.
Zrób gimnazjum.
Oh, this was not a fun way to die. Even if he survived. No one would write ballads about the fox whose knees ached forever, would they? Not unless he paid for it. He hated paying for publicity.
Mogę iść tu albo tam.
Hero wall. Hero sword. Ice wall. Ice cube.
Pytanie, iść tu czy tam? Jest jedna rzecz, która jest dziwna w tej grze. Tutaj strasznie mało, jakby... W ogóle nadążacie za fabułą? Bo ja nie nadążam. Co chwilę wprowadzają nowego bohatera, do którego próbujemy dojść, I my go prawie nigdy nie widujemy. Widzieliśmy tylko rabita pod koniec.
Renato had always wanted a flying carpet. This was more like a flying tabletop, but it would do.
Czuję się, jakbym grał w grę i w tle mam kompletnie inny jakby film odtworzony z jakiś tam, albo inny audiobook. I to, co robię, tak nie bardzo ma pokładu fabularnego. Chciałem zrobić unik.
It was chilling walking through the living mountains. There was always noise up ahead. Insects, birds, the croak and flutter of ravens arranging ambushes. But close by, there was only the breeze and the trickle of melting snow. As if every living thing was holding its breath for his poisonous burden to move on.
Czemu to jest dźwięk nur z DBD? Bo dźwięk nur z DBD to jest dźwięk kruka?
Renato's paws were getting numb. Calaveras really didn't want company, did he?
Ale skróty robię, what the fuck? Tyle pominąłem.
He was practically sure he'd find something useful in one of these things.
To są jakieś drzwi. To jest kolejna winda.
Renato felt a little better. Renato wasn't sure he should have rescued Lapino. He could have had the Sky Ripper. Now all he had was the core, and it was killing him.
Właśnie jakiś boss fight szykuje, bo mi strasznie dają dużo energii i życia.
It was good to practice your moves, thought Renato. Keeps you limber.
Altar. Movement speed czy maximum health. Require locked. Locked. Dziwnie to drzewko.
The core! Splendid! Croaked Calaveras. Where's the armature? Right, I was kind of hoping you wouldn't need it.
No, I don't. It's just a professional interest. We've got much better prismatics than the old TE ever did.
So Calaveras was an arcane engineer. He fussed at the core all day. He wrapped it with silver chains, and in front of it, he placed a huge, round ruby, so that it looked like a monstrous, floating eye. Ah, so, what is it?
Yeah, I call it the oculum. It's my very first death ray.
And it won't poison me?
Oh, no, it's completely safe now.
Anything I should watch out for?
Yeah, try to avoid pointing at any mirrors.
As he loaded the oculum onto the Farfarer, Bernardo was a little concerned about Calaveras. People who were utterly sure of themselves, he had found, were either experts or horribly wrong. Or both. But Reynardo only needed to fire the oculum once. He only needed to destroy one ship. The Emperor's ship. And the war was over.
Oh, yes.
Reynardo plunged into the Imperial fleet. He felt the oculum humming. He no longer felt sick. This was going to be fun. Or at least, it was going to be over. Reynardo resisted the temptation to fire the oculum until the time came. He could sense its arcane energies yearning to escape the sage's wrappings. But it wasn't eating him alive. So that was a plus. He felt good about himself. He'd saved a friend, he'd helped the rebels, he'd relied on himself, but he'd listened to others. He felt like the right sort of hero. Wise, yet decisive. Calaveras had been so sure it would work. Maybe he could fire it just a few times. No harm in that, right? But only when he absolutely needed to.
Jesus! Pierwszy raz się spotykam z czymś takim.
He wasn't that good. Yet.
Yet, amigo. Teraz mam drona z Destiny, który mnie śledzi. O, on strzela.
Where did that go to?
Sheep?
Reynardo felt a little bad stealing crafting materials from chests. He preferred to rob.
Czekaj, czy my już idziemy do końca gry?
Point.
Mówił coś o jakimś shipie Emperora. Ja tylko puścić na niego atomówkę.
Think of all the artisans he was creating employment for. Truly, he was a job creator. Reynardo's arm was getting tired. The core was no longer eating at him, but he still felt weak. His stamina was shot. But he had the oculum. When the ravens swarmed him, it would sometimes fire its death ray. It seemed to be warming up too, firing more and more often. Maybe he should let it cool off. He decided to stop using it entirely. once you try it, you're hooked. Renata felt surprisingly unwounded.
Reynardo jest the best, no. O czym my tu w ogóle rozmawiamy? Nie ma przejścia. Choćbym chciał.
What did you do if one of these platforms stalled?
Kurde, energia mi spadła.
Odd. The oculum was still hot to the touch. He almost thought it was getting even hotter. Well, that was ridiculous, of course. Anyway, he'd only to fire it one more time, and then he could chuck the whole contraption into the abyss. And the Emperor's ship was now in range. Bernardo squinted. He could make out the line of ravens protecting the ship. Zenobia in front, conjuring. And on the deck, yes, that was His Imperial Majesty, pacing in his golden armor. Bernardo lined up his shot and fired. Caught in the beam, the ship burst into flames. The ravens and Zenobia exploded. The Emperor, too, exploded. Bernardo waited for the beam to stop, but it only got brighter, and the oculum hotter. Frantic, Bernardo pulled the oculum towards the abyss. The ruby burst into flames. The shiny metal casing glowed, then melted. That was good. Now the core could cool off, right? Bernardo ran. The blast incinerated him instantly, along with both fleets. The shockwave could be felt across all Erda. That winter, with neither Empire nor rebels to rule them, the islands slid into banditry, and so began the Second Age of Darkness. Okay, that was weird. He could have sworn he'd just died. Instead, he was on the Farfarer, sailing away from Ubar. And it was still burning. He'd fled burning Ubar years ago, hadn't he? And now he was back there. Had all those years fighting the Empire been nothing but a vision into the future? A useful vision if it was true. He'd learned something. The core was powerful, but dangerous if used improperly.
Huh? Czyli ta gra to jest Omen Side. Muszę znaleźć... Oh shit. Są 4 wybory do wyboru. I teraz muszę mieć... Czy ja będę grał od nowa, jak rozumiem, to muszę teraz zrobić tak, żeby wybrać inaczej.
He'd made bad choices.
Ciekawe.
But now, when the real battle came, he wouldn't make those choices. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. The book's pages began to flip backwards, towards the beginning. And he realized that his adventure was just beginning. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renata knew that using it could go
Jest
catastrophically wrong.
zaznaczone.
But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Emperor had brought the Sky Ripper pieces up out of ancient burial by his obscene rituals. Could this be where the Iblis stone was hidden? Someone better get it before he does, thought Renato. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Lapino was no game changer, but could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
No masz 3 wybory. To już było.
Every child knew about the Sky Ripper. The Transcendent Emperor had buried its pieces deep.
Czyli jeżeli wybrałbym dobre wybory, to
His
mogę
Emperor's
grę
horrific sacrifices had brought
skończyć
it back to the
wcześniej.
surface. Renato wasn't exactly sure how to use the legendary weapon. But surely there must be some way to do it without provoking another catastrophe. Had he, somehow, summoned the long-lost components of the legendary weapon out of the deep places of the Earth? It was more than Renato could fathom. But if he could find a legendary weapon, he would use it. As he set foot on the island, Renato could not help but feel a tinge of guilt. He'd left Lapino behind. He hoped the Mad Rabbit had somehow escaped the Ravens. He hoped they hadn't eaten him. If they had, he hoped they hadn't eaten him alive. Why had he chosen the Sky Ripper? Renato never made plans that required constant vigilance. He was a hero. He didn't think too much. He just went with his gut and hoped it all worked out. The Sky Ripper was a long shot. He'd have to devote himself to it. No side journeys, no rescuing old friends. That was against his nature. Could he stick with it?
Możemy zrobić nowy miecz. Chyba.
A crafting bench. Renato wondered what he could make with it.
Yep. Dalej nie mamy dżemów. Jak zmienić miecz? Czyli trzecia gra będzie bardzo podobna do tego. Jak przeszedłem?
Huh? A lever? That was new. Most people still use doorknobs. The people who had built this castle, did they even know what monstrous weapon lay hidden within their walls? The Sky Ripper could destroy anything it touched, or so the legend said. As the Transcendent Emperor had fought the Lost Gods, thousands of thousands had died. But Renato had been through wars. The only merciful war was a short one. Renato had been the terror of the sandcastles when he was 2.
2 skill points. Okej, czyli mamy pierwszą... Aha, no tak. Ciekawe. Jak się gra podoba? Z początku miałem wrażenie, że to jest...
only let you through if they knew you were cool.
Z początku miałem wrażenie, że ta gra będzie gorszym Omen Sightem, że wyciągnęli błędy ze stories, żeby zrobić Omen Sighta. Ale widzę, że tu się gra rozkręca właśnie. Jednak jest 24 różne wersje wydarzeń i musimy znaleźć 4 poprawne, żeby wejść do jakby na ostatni poziom, żeby odblokować prawdę. Czyli z tej gry jest taki trochę Omen Sight. Szukamy prawdy. Znowu mamy zagadkową zabawę. Zabawę w detektywa. I like it. Gra ma za to gorszy system walki. Omen Sight ma lepszy. Zdecydowanie lepszy. Razem jam. Za daleko, żeby się cofnąć. Aha, czyli za pieczęciami mieczy są jakieś bonusy. Fabuła jest taka... miałka. Tutaj ta fabuła nie jest taka jakaś nadzwyczaj ekscytująca, że chcę ją słuchać w sumie. Niby to ciągle narrator coś czyta, ja tak mało się odzywam, bo ciągle go słucham, ale w sumie zaczynam się pomału gubić w tych wszystkich postaciach już. Co chwila jakaś nowa postać jest w zabawie. Zepsułem grę.
I'm sorry. Was that your shield?
Combo Breaker. Odblokowane osiągnięcie. 66 najebałem. Hell yeah, brada?
Ah, a puzzle. Renato loved puzzles. Except when he couldn't figure them out. On the other hand, if there was a puzzle, it was probably meant to keep people away from something good.
Mogę iść... Nie mogę iść. Genius.
See? That wasn't so hard.
Lewo albo w prawo. Z jakiegoś powodu tu się można chwycić linki. I to nie brzmi dlaczego. Skąd dokąd? Niby mogę iść.
There it was. Skyripper's armature. The stuff that dreams are made of. Engineers' dreams, anyway. The device was intricate. No one alive had the skill to make a thing like it. How was it part of a weapon at all? He'd have to ask a scientist. But first, he'd get the second piece. Skyripper had a heart. A core that had come to rest on the next island. Well, there was another island he could reach. Zenobia had just invaded it with her father's Raven battalions. She must be encamped there still. But fighting Zenobia now, that made no sense at all. He'd already sacrificed one friend to get this armature, was it? He didn't need to hurry to face her. She would find him.
To jeżeli tak mówisz... Nie ma podpowiedzi w tej grze.
It was a no-brainer. He'd sacrificed his old friend Lapino to get the armature. And the armature was useless by itself, only a series of coils and wheels. War demanded sacrifices, and he would make more before the end. He would have to choose the greatest good no matter how much it cost him. Zenobia. Well, he would see her sooner or later, across a battlefield or a sword's point before all this was over. He was sure of that. The power was in the core. Obviously, he had to get the core.
Cofamy się na mapę, na której już byliśmy. Tak myślę.
Doubt sunk
Tak
in
jest.
before he was even out of sight of the Farfarer. Why had he chosen the Skyripper? It was the sort of path he'd always avoided. The path of responsibility, of seriousness. Had he grown up? He didn't feel grown up. He'd made this decision from his gut, like he always did. Somehow, he'd impulsively decided to stop being impulsive. Did that make any sense?
Brakuje mi ore. Taktyczna przerwa na siku. What happened? Taktyczne na siku. Pierwsza notatka. Dear Zenobia, the director of the academy has told me how much he was impressed by your academic performance and leadership. Somehow, I doubt this was a session of bootlicking. I have seen plenty of those. But all told is sincere. I'm proud of you, my daughter. You will make a fine empress one day. On my end, great news. Professor Clavers has been studying the Nexus, and he has made a bold observation. That Toad is a true genius. You know, how that island is unique, constantly changing, new crystalline formations appearing, islands, fragments merging, splitting, slowly drifting, held together by some invisible threads. Professor Calaveras is convinced these changes are not random, but rather indicative of the living nature of the islands. He has observed that certain changes on the Nexus follow, or sometimes precede, a turbulence on another island, landslide, quake, flood. The Nexus seems to resonate with those events. Maybe the islands are a hive mind, and the Nexus is the brain? In any case, I'm founding a permanent scientific observatory on the Nexus. It will attract the Empire's greatest minds with Professor Clavers at the helm. I anticipate a great age of enlightenment for the Empire. With love, Father. Perfect strike!
Come over here.
O, czyli tamtego skilla już nie potrzebowałem, skoro i tak mogę go normalnie zbić. Co tam, jak tam? Dobrze. Cudownie. I to jest coś pięknego. Mam 3 gry, które mnie fabularnie wciągną. W sumie 4. Nie, czekaj, dobrze liczę? Mamy to. Metro. Kontrast. Pathologic. O, to 4. Już za piękne czasy, żeby być streamerem.
There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time.
Lyric streamuje Exodusa. Soda grał w Exodusa i zrezygnował po jakimś czasie? Nie wiem, czy to dlatego ze względu na to, że już musiał iść, czy dlatego, że mu się nie spodobało. Tak samo Asmongold. Asmongold też zrezygnował. Fuck, nie stać mnie na miecz, a potrzebuję miecz. Chociaż nie, to jest drugie przejście.
You almost never saw wild gogglers together like this. The toads had to train them not to peck each other to death. So these had to be imperial gogglers. That meant ravens were up ahead. There were fewer and fewer trees. There were only these huge crystalline growths. Had those been here before? He no longer heard birds except for the feverish cawing of the ravens when they attacked. He couldn't smell the small animals of the forest, the mice and rabbits. Where had they gone? And he was getting hungry too. This was an unhealthy place to be.
23 ore, potrzebuję 30. To, że ta gra nie ma polskich napisów. A Mensai też powinien mieć polskie napisy. Kurde, taki dobry indie.
He felt like Tarzan.
Nie pomyśleli o naszym kraju. Jest tak graficznie dojebana, że PS4 sobie nie daje rady, a dla odmiany Xbox trzyma stabilne FPS-y. No to za rok będzie normalnej, stabilnej wersji na Steamie.
Of course there was a puzzle. You couldn't expect the transcendent emperor to bury a god's eye in a leather
Oraz
sack
spadło na ziemię.
could pick it up.
Ale mi puzzle. Małe dziecko by wiedziało, jak to przejść. A to nie ma na konsoli tych? Dynamicznej rozdzielczości, żeby FPS-y stanęły? Jest to combo.
The 20-sided core made him feel physically sick. Once he had sneaked into a temple of the dark art, and he hadn't liked what he smelt and saw there. This felt like that. As quick as he could, he wrangled the icosahedron into the armature. The wheels began to spin, then glow. The sick feeling quickly spun away. Now he only felt sad. He had lost good friends for this war apparatus. He carried his prize back to the Farfarer. Now he had to make his next move. There was a key Imperial outpost on the Nexus. If this really was some sort of super weapon, he could use it to wreak havoc on the enemy. And if it wasn't, well, better to know that before the final battle. But maybe he should show it to some scientists first. There was an observatory on the Nexus. Maybe he should go there before he fired it.
Czego to mam podświetlone jako wykrzyknik, skoro już tą decyzję podjąłem? Że byłem u scientistów. Meet the scientists. I meet Calarveras. To czemu jest wykrzyknik? Razu atak!
Renato had never been much of
Jolo.
a student.
Już wiem, o co w tej grze chodzi. Trzeba
He'd never read
testować.
the books, just looked at the pictures. I'm Zenobia. But weapons he understood. His gut told him that the Skyripper would work great. He would use it to take out the Imperial outpost. And what's the worst that could happen? The thing wouldn't work, and then he'd take it to the scientists, right? Renato actually could think of a few things that
Ta
would
dziwna
work,
ikonka.
but he would make sure they didn't happen this time. Right? Exactly.
Ikonka świadcząca, ale chyba wiemy prawdę, tak? Że ten core jest niestabilny, ale jeżeli mamy teraz dwie części tego cora, to może będzie stabilny.
As he set out down the path, Renato wondered why the parts of the Skyripper had only surfaced now, thousands of years after the Transcendent Emperor had discarded it. This Emperor, Isengrim III, had performed terrible, bloodthirsty rituals to invoke the lost gods. Perhaps that was bringing up lost artifacts. How perfect, then, that the Skyripper would reappear to be his destruction. And Hopefully this time, just his destruction.
Nie wiem, czy widziałeś to Dedazen, ale ta gra za każdym ładowaniem poziomu cofa głośność na 100 i muszę za każdym ładowaniem poziomu wchodzić do menu i przywracać moje ustawienia.
If they didn't want their things broken, they really ought to make them stronger.
Dawać mi tu orę. I znowu, lewo czy w prawo, lewo czy w prawo, lewo czy w prawo. Jolo. Nie jolo. Tu pewnie skrzynka jest. Nie?
He was sort of yanking his own chain, wasn't he?
Czyli oprócz 4 wyborów jeszcze muszę zapamiętać, gdzie idę po mapie. Bo często na mapach są 2 ścieżki. Mogę się tepnąć, albo mogę iść dalej. Jest i moje ory. Jedynym tym z dziewczyną w składzie przypierdala na team o nazwie Bread. Sugeruje, że dziewczyny są słabe we sporcie. Tak.
He was tired of slaughtering ravens. Maybe it was time to test out the new weapon. He turned a knob on the Sky Ripper. It made strange mechanical noises. The wheels spun faster. It began to hum. The Sky Ripper was following his every step. At least it acknowledged him as the master. But there was no trigger. How was he supposed to fire it? Fire, he said. Nothing happened. Well, maybe it just needed to warm up. After all, it hadn't been fired in thousands of years. These platforms were great. Renato wanted one for his house.
Czy ja nie mam nic do dziewczyn grających we sporcie, tylko po prostu stwierdzam takie fakty, nie? To tak jak w Ninja Warrior. Dlaczego w Ninja Warrior japońskim jest oddzielna edycja dla kobiet? Żeby też mogły coś wygrać. Co jakaś dziewczyna próbuje w oryginalnej męskiej edycji, to przepierdala w pierwszym poziomie. Czyli ze sportem jest to samo, że dziewczyny jak potrzebują swojej własnej...
This burning sword from the south was terrific for barbecuing sausages and raven.
swojej własnej jakby kategorii. Jak pamiętam na przykład koda Black Ops 3, to w Australii też była jedna dziewczyna w teamie i ten team przegrał no, niesamowicie, bo się chłopaki nie mogli po prostu z nią dogadać, nie? Z tą laską. Ta laska mówiła swoje, a kapitan drużyny mówił swoje. Nie wygrali ani jednego meczu. Fajnie by było, jakbyśmy mieli miksy, że we sporcie są nie tylko faceci, ale też kobiety grają w drużynach, ale niestety no tak nie działa, no i tyle. I tu się nie ma o co obrażać, nawet jak ktoś jest kobietą. Ja bym się nie obraził, jakbym był kobietą. Stwierdzanie faktów to nie jest rzecz, którą trzeba się obrażać. Jest wiele utalentowanych przecież dziewczyn, nawet w Polsce, na przykład grających w Counter Strike'a. Życzę mi jak największych sukcesów, jak tylko można.
The Sky Ripper was making a whining
Ale
noise
fakty
now,
to fakty.
and its wheels were spinning so fast he could no longer see them. Renato had a thought. Please? He asked. The Sky Ripper began to glow. Boom! The outpost burst into flame. Ravens flapped out screaming, wings on fire. The base was his. The far speaker toad came hopping out.
Renato!
It croaked, sounding like a toad version of Zenobia.
Don't use the Sky Ripper. It will destroy the world.
Yeah, sure it will, cracked Renato. Pull the other one.
If you don't trust me, go see Calaveras.
That sounded sensible. Why did she always have to sound sensible all the time? Oh, it was infuriating. Of course she would say that. He was supposed to hurry and bring the Sky Ripper to the council so the rebels could actually win the war. But what if she was right? Damn it.
Znaczy mi się wydaje, że dziewczyny w sporcie mają o tyle przesrane, że my faceci mamy trochę łatwiej sobie radzimy po pierwsze ze stresem i z tą niebywałą tym napięciem, który jest kiedy grasz na lanie. Granie na lanie jest zupełnie innym doświadczeniem niż granie online. I dziewczyny chyba sobie z tym gorzej radzą, nawet jak biorą te leki uspokajające i takie tam rzeczy.
Just this once, he would not let Zenobia get into his head with her logic and her wisdom and her appeals to
I
reason.
przez to mają
He was
gorszy
a fox.
skill.
He'd go with his instincts, and it would all work out like it always did. Oh, he was sounding like a reckless idiot even to himself. But if there was one thing Renato could never bring himself to do, it was turn back on a decision he'd made.
Mają po prostu problem jakby z myśleniem kilka kroków do przodu. Na przykład w Counter-Strike'u. Oglądałem Ligę Kobiet.
Imperials were flapping and cawing all around the ruins.
Czasami nie rozumiałem ich
They might be
decyzji.
panicking with rumors flying of the superweapon. Maybe they hoped to find and destroy the base before he could put the Sky Ripper into action. The Sky Ripper was whining and heating up. It would be time to use that energy soon.
Po prostu nie rozumiem. Raz sobie laska rzuciła mołotow pod nogi. Na koblu. Zadziałała instynktownie i słyszała kogoś za plecami, więc chciała się szybko obrócić i rzucić mołotowa, bo akurat miała go wyciągniętego, nie? I rzuciła sobie pod nogi. Okej.
It wasn't his fault. They looked so
Puściły jej nerwy.
breakable.
Co jest? Kurde, za mapę wyszedł.
Hey. Hey, I'm a firefox, thought Renato.
Mozilla? Mamy 11 Wind Essence, to na pewno możemy zrobić miecz, tylko potrzebuje pewnie 100 orych. Znowu to? A, pewnie skipnęliśmy coś. Void Blade potrzebujemy aż 70. Aha, i 12 esensu. O, jeez. 15. Gdzie iść? Tam, tu, w lewo. Tu próbujemy.
Imagine getting a horse up in one of these things. He would be cursing a blue streak.
A, możemy w sumie spróbować. Karma grała kiedyś sportowo w Koda, teraz Rocket League. Może mówimy o tej samej osobie. Ale Karma to mi się kojarzy... Czemu Crash jest? What the fuck? Karma to mi się kojarzy z tym kolesiem z Uptop Gaming. Ej! Nie! Przynajmniej dobrze, że to był początek. O wiele nie straciłem. Trafiłem na zakazane miejsce. Czat, napiszcie coś. To chcę. O, no i fajnie. Czego tą belkę przesuwam? Czułość przyciągania 10. No dobra, no to jak crash... Nie, chcę chociaż drugie story odblokować. Jeszcze... Jeszcze Halo chcę dzisiaj zacząć. Znaczy kontynuować. A jutro zaczniemy... Kontrast. Tom i Jerry. I Pathologic pod sam wieczór, żeby zniszczyć sobie psychikę. No teraz jest taki okres, że jest w co grać. W sensie mam single. To jest spoko. Tom i Jerry zagram raz raczej, pewnie nie przejdę.
They must be panicking with rumors flying of the super weapon. Maybe they hoped to find and destroy the base before he could put the Sky Ripper into action. The Sky Ripper was whining and heating up. It will be time to use that energy soon.
Pathologic, mam nadzieję, że po prostu to spolszczenie będzie wszędzie działać, a nie, że nagle mam grę po angielsku, jak to było 2 lata temu. Bo to z taką grą akurat nie ma żartu. Jeżeli chodzi o fabułę. Tam jest mnóstwo czytania.
He'd missed his old skills. He welcomed them back like it was at a reunion.
Kontrast też ma fajną fabułę podobno. Więc będzie można liznąć temat, co to jest. Ty, miałem tutaj 11 Windessensa, gdzie to jest? RNG nie po mojej stronie najwyraźniej.
I need more materials, thought Renato.
Tu byłem, nie? Tam potrzebuję Voida. To i tak bym nie poszedł dalej, ale można jeszcze iść w prawo. Można iść do przodu. To strasznie dużo opcji. Trzeba wszystko spamiętać. Tu jest jeszcze teleport, jakbym się chciał jeszcze gdzieś cofnąć.
Renato wondered what would happen if he jumped. Would he be rescued by an emergency platform?
Uczeń podstawówki wklejał zdjęcia porno twarzy kolegów, później zamieszczał je na Facebooku. Yikes. Ty, on... O, what? To był tylko bonus. Nie była prawdziwa ścieżka. Tu jest prawdziwa ścieżka. Już? What? Ale to napierdziela, damage. A, czyli jednak jest tylko jedna ścieżka.
Hoped his hook didn't break.
What was
Zenobia, what are you talking about? This was a fantastic weapon.
Powinienem używać energii na
Burst
tych
into flame,
mieczach w
just
sumie.
a touch of its killer beam. He was tempted to leave it on all the time,
Żeby ich
but
podpalić czy coś.
didn't want to accidentally slice off some council toad's head or tongue. She'd been trying to distract him. Well, this time, no one was going to distract him. Give me a lever, said Archimedes, and I shall open a gate.
Nawet to można speedrunować.
The long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good. This was the craziest weapon he'd ever used. Or not.
O, straciłem kombo. Otworzyły się tajemnicze wrota. Meanwhile mogę iść tutaj.
Ooh, what's there?
The mental resistance.
As he headed towards the council chamber, Renato felt everyone watching him. "You've saved the rebellion," said the council speaker. "Frankly, we were afraid you'd turn aside to save that idiot Lapino." "If you never make sacrifices," he said, "you're probably not doing the right thing." The speaker nodded. "Are you ready to lead the charge?" "Let's roll," he said, with grim satisfaction. Renato set sail for the fleet. The Sky Ripper had lost its wine. It was humming now, as if it had taken some time to seat properly. He had always been irresponsible. This time, he'd done the right thing, made the hard decisions. He was a real hero. He hadn't let himself be distracted by old friends or old lovers turned enemies. Finally, he could be proud of himself.
Good ending. Ale czy na pewno? Let's see.
He was ready. So was Sky Ripper.
Yes, we can.
Sky Ripper had a will of its own. It picked out its own targets and set them on fire. This was going to be a short battle. He would set the ships on fire if he didn't need them to get to the Emperor. And he wondered if he'd see Zenobia, or if she'd flee. Wouldn't she be proud of him? At least, a bit of respect. He'd become an all-conquering hero.
Najgorzej.
portal was heavily guarded. It must go someplace they really didn't want him to go.
Nagle mi się wibracja włączyła. Chyba się audio naprawiło. Dawno nie zmieniałem audio, jest w porządku. Ty mogę daszem je niszczyć? Zajebiście. Od razu szybciej. Oj tam, no to już jest tak chłopie popularny stream, że rzeczywiście. Zawsze sobie mogę kliknąć pan.
Power, precision, ferocity. The device was a woman. Buy it a drink.
Wiecie, idźcie grać. Że nikogo nie trzyma na siłę. Ja sobie tylko gram w grę. Ja ostatnio w ogóle uznałem, że mi się nawet nie chce dyskutować z idiotami, więc od razu ban, czy tam timeout na miesiąc.
And I was just getting warmed up, he thought.
Nie chce mi się psuć humoru. Ktoś łamie regulamin jak Forchon, dostaje bana i tyle.
There was a parchment on a signpost. It was from her. Every time you fire, you risk the destruction of the universe. That's insane. We surrender.
Oddali
He'd
się?
done it. He'd played chicken with Zenobia and won. He could hear the horns blaring the retreat. She was wiser than he was, that was for sure. But wisdom didn't win battles.
No proszę. Jednak się poddali. Podobno jest komenda, żeby odblokować FPS-y w
What
Apexie.
else could you hook? He didn't even need to aim it.
Nie wiem właściwie ile mam klatek, ale gra ogólnie chodzi okej.
There was an inscription on the platform. Balaleka lessons. With
Balalejka. Tam dalej się nie da iść. Tak, ale możesz odblokować FPS-y. Jest komenda startowa. O, ktoś nowy.
And there was Zenobia, wearing the white robes of surrender. She came and kneeled before him. Why didn't you listen to me? I was trying to save you too. You're the enemy, he said. I was never your enemy, Renato. Then she spoke a terrible word and made a gesture with her hand. She stopped moving, covered in frost, and he wondered why she'd frozen herself. Then the Sky Ripper froze, and then, for a moment, he felt very cold and discovered that he couldn't move. The next thing he knew, the sun was a giant, monstrously red. It took up half the sky, and he was in a parched red desert. And then he was on fire. Renato stared at the book. He was still alive. Again. And still only flying away from burning Ubar. Had he lived that adventure? Or only dreamt it? Had he really died? It felt so real, not like a dream at all. And he'd lost again. Oh, he hated that. But he had made different choices. And he'd lost in a different way. It was the book, wasn't it? Oracles showed you your destiny. But this was showing him different ways he could die miserably. Thanks a bunch, book, he thought. But these were destinies that he did not have to fulfill. But he'd learned another true thing. Zenobia still had feelings for him.
Gada seksy.
But that meant there must be a destiny where he survived and won, right? Otherwise, what was the point? And with that, the book's pages fluttered back once more to the beginning, and the clouds
Ta gra to jest po prostu Omen
Boreas. It was time to choose.
Dalej na samym końcu dnia się coś dziwnego dzieje.
Ravens were scouting for the
Nagle
secret rebel
wszystkich
base.
zamraża, a potem nagle
They
pali.
needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Emperor had brought the Sky Ripper pieces up out of ancient burial by his obscene rituals. Could this be where the Iblis stone was hidden? Someone better get it before he does, thought Renato. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Lapino was no game changer, but could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Nie. Ciekawe, ciekawe. Czuję, że to będzie dłuższe niż Omen Sight. Chociaż muszę po prostu trafić w 4 jakby główne game changery. 4 jakby prawdy.
Over the Isles of Boreas, it was time to choose.
To cześć.
The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically
Idziemy na deser
wrong,
tym razem.
but he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Emperor had brought the Sky Ripper pieces up out of ancient burial by his obscene rituals. Could this be where the Iblis stone was hidden? Someone better get it before he does, thought Renato. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Lapino was no game changer, but could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens? The island was windswept desert. No one went there except ostriches and ostrich hunters. The Iblis stone. It sounded ominous. It sounded powerful. If the Emperor was searching for it, it must be dangerous. And so, Renato went ostrich hunting.
Czyli bardzo możliwe, że ten Iblis Stone, czy jak to się to nazywało, jest tym czymś, co powoduje, że nagle wszyscy się zamrażają, a potem nagle wszyscy się palą.
Every child could sing verses about the Sky Ripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, A jewel only a righteous man could give away. Were all these things the Iblis stone? Long hidden in a buried temple? Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now? Drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals? Well, no sense collecting more materials. It was time to make something pointy.
No to go! Czas dowiedzieć się, jaka jest prawda. To jest workbench. Shit, nie mam ory. Już mogę mieć Void Blade? Mogę upgrade'ować Firestone. Nie. Nie, chcę mieć wszystkie miecze. Tu też coś będzie. No tak.
I'll just have a dash, thought Renato.
Tu też coś może być. Ale tak nie. W ogóle jaja, bo w tej grze można
The air here tasted.
FOV odblokować.
The steps were too tall for a person. The entire place felt restless, like it had been vexed to nightmare under the dust, waiting for its hour to come around at last.
Pytanie brzmi, po co, skoro FOV jest normalne?
Interrupted story time, called the lead raven. Now we'll never find out how it ended.
Au. O, weź. Tego klawisza szukałem. Cześć, Boko. Miałem Xiaomi Mi 3 i miałem Xiaomi Redmi 3S Pro.
No one could beat Renato at hot potato.
I serdecznie polecam 3S Pro. No, mimo tego, że już jest trochę starszej daty, bo ten telefon jest niezniszczalny.
The ravens were already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. And he hadn't come too late.
Miałem ten telefon 5 lat i dalej działa, dałem go mamie. Nic się nigdy z nim nie stało. To też zależy, co chcesz od telefonu, bo ja na telefonie nie gram na przykład. Cześć, Fox. To nie, to nie jest telefon do grania. Bardzo wiem, co zrobić. Może run fast. Czy...
Every day he was getting better and better.
Nie wiem, co ci powiem na temat Xiaomi Mi 2A2 Lite, bo nie wiem, nie widziałem go. Nie testowałem. Czemu on się tak świeci? Aha, bo ma buffa. shit! Chciałem zrobić dash!
Feel so
Z takim opóźnieniem zrobiło. Aha, straciłem combo. Asus ROG. Kup sobie OnePlus 6. To jest telefon niezawodny, to jest telefon do wszystkiego. To jest dosłownie telefon do wszystkiego. Nie sądzę, żeby on się jakoś zestarzał przez najbliższe lata. Dobra, co ja chcę zrobić? To w dół. Tak. To. Ciężko jest mieć kamerkę na środku. Ciągle zasłaniam swoim ryjem. Zenfone? Mój tata ma Zenfone, ale chyba trójkę. Find the stone. You have been chosen in this critical mission for your ability to follow orders to the letter without question. Do not believe the naysayers. Your score in the intelligence test is only proof that you are better geared than anyone else to follow orders. Take pride in knowing that I, your emperor, have handpicked you for this mission. Follow the instructions to the letter. Always travel in pairs. Do not look at the engravings in the wall. Do not lose the hermetic box. When you find the stone, immediately place it in the box and seal the box. If you hear a voice in your head, ignore it. Remember, the temple is haunted. Obviously, this is an old temple dedicated to an old evil god. There were blood sacrifices. Of course, it would be haunted. Ignore the voice in your head. Remember, ghosts cannot hurt you, but they will try to confuse you. When you hear a voice, take the drowsy pill. If you meet another soldier with the stone and it is not in the hermetic box, immediately spray them with drowsy gas. Find the stone, put in the box, seal the box, and most important for us, find the stone.
Wait, what? How was he outside? Hadn't he taken an elevator into the depths of the earth?
Nie tego. Teraz.
There was an inscription. Praise the sun.
Kamera, halo? No. Nie to.
When Renato went to the china shop, for some reason the owner was always nervous.
Workbench. Może już mnie stać na Void... Stać mnie! Speed increases even further. Increase movement and attack speed. O. To mnie interesuje. Speedrun, jo?
How could a temple to Iblis still even exist? The transcendent emperor had destroyed all the shrines of the lost gods after exiling them. Had it been buried in that long-ago battle? Or had Iblis foreseen his fate and hidden it from his enemy?
Chyba Ojej. Pytanie teraz, czy ja wybieram dobre ścieżki w ogóle.
That was always a rush.
Może to jest tylko box. Ajajajaj. Tak. Powiem, żeby mi kupili Asus Zenfone 4 jak na razie, jak wyjdzie ten kod na telefonie, będzie mieć 120 FPS, można myśleć, że 120 Hz w telefonie. Czy ty naprawdę chcesz mieć telefon za 120 Hz? Po co?
Sharp? Check. Pointy? Check. Flexible?
Nawet tego nie
Check.
zobaczysz na tym małym
What else do you need in a
ekraniku.
sword?
Zobaczysz, kłamco.
The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders.
Nie, proszę pana. Ty za to nie płacisz? To niech ci kupią Samsunga Galaxy S10. Tego najdroższego. Co będą go zapowiadać dopiero.
Ronaldo hated cannon traps. Also, who reloaded these things anyway? He never figured that part out.
Bitwa.
It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up. Who said that? It was the stone, eager, thirsty. That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch.
Właśnie, nigdy nie gadałem z tą
But they had
laską.
been close once, and Ronaldo wasn't sure he really wanted to be Emperor. Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the transcendent
braliśmy
Emperor
Sky
to power
Rippera.
his greatest weapon. It's the core, said the stone anxiously.
Czyli mogę zrobić historyjkę, gdzie biorę kamyk, biorę cały core, jestem najlepszym człowiekiem na świecie i umieram. Bo jestem zbyt greedy skurwysynem.
Why was he listening to a talking rock? But the rock had a point. If the stone could truly turn him into a powerful warrior, he could defeat the Emperor with the very weapon the wicked old toad had sought for himself. To be a hero, you had to sacrifice old friends sometimes, especially when they've become enemies.
OnePlus 6T też podobno spoko. Znaczy 6 i 6T się różni tylko tym, że masz fingerprint scanner w ekranie wbudowany i różni się też tym, że nie ma headphone jacka. Więc 6 jest lepsza.
Possibly black crystal in his gauntlet, Renato had a sudden vision. Charred fields covered in dead ravens below a black sun.
Was it the time of the lost gods before the transcendent emperor? Was it the future? Feed the souls, it whispered. Take the power. He could feel the stone's hunger for souls, its thirst for blood. All right, I get it.
This was going to be interesting.
Feed Zenobia, taka Iblis Stone. Już po ptokach widzę, już pozabijani.
That is a very cool sword, thought Renato. No, seriously. He couldn't feel his paw anymore.
Jakby sobie wziął 6 z 8 giga RAMu. To jest dobry telefon, ja nie mam absolutnie na co narzekać, on się ładuje w 30 minut. Przyzwyczaiłem się przez te 5 lat, że jak ładuję Xiaomi, to ładuję przez całą noc. A teraz nie wypada, bo bym zniszczył baterię. To się da zabić.
With enough leverage, you
Ale
could go
głupie.
anywhere.
Cześć Zenobia.
Zenobia was waiting for Renato. She was alone, confident as always. Fire danced at the tips of her claws.
Are you here to surrender?
To jest
She
facet?
seemed as cocksure as he felt. But she didn't know he had
She?
the stone. And I've missed you too, love. He chuckled.
She spotted the stone and bolted without a
Archaiczny joke. No to she czy he? Ha ha ha.
Hey! Hey, a workbench! He could try out his new bling.
Increases your attack speed. Ore, na tole. Mogę iść tędy, albo mogę iść z czymś, co jest prawdopodobnie skrótem.
I wonder what happens if I go that way.
No, what happened? Tell me. What will happen? A jednak. Poczekaj. Critical chance, level 3. Dear Zenobia, as you read this letter, you're locked in a chamber, ready to spend the last night before. Well, you know, I will not apologize. I know you're too proud to forgive me. I also know you won't resist reading through. You are a cat. As much as I have tried to educate you like a proper toad, I swear to you and you have to believe me that I did not plan all this when I adopted you. You have always been my special little kitten. That is why I am writing this now, weeks in advance. I know I will not have the heart to do it the night of the sacrifice. If I think of you as my daughter then, I may change my mind. You must think I'm selfish, and yes, I am selfish. Sad, little toad that is afraid to die. But what I am doing will, ultimately, serve the greater good. I want the power, I want it all, and so I will keep my subjects content. Peace for eternity. Even if you hate me now, you can still respect that. You have to. It is the only way I can forgive myself for doing this to you. I will miss you for eternity. Tomorrow, try not to make a scene. Everyone will be watching. Still will love. Fada. Jak on może być ojcem koto, skoro on jest żabą? A tu nie widać, żeby Zenobia miała jakieś geny żaby, więc on chyba o czymś nie wie. Blokowane osiągnięcie.
The ravens on Zenobia's island were no match for Reynardo. They screamed as the stones sucked out their souls. And with each death, he felt stronger. Take the power, the stone told him. Finally, Reynardo caught up to her. He had never seen her scared before. At school, she'd been the determined, brave one. Now her eyes were wide, frightened. He didn't like seeing her this way. Kill her, whispered the stone. You cannot win your rebellion without it. Please. No, said Zenobia. Not that way. Oh, they had been so close once. Could he really feed her soul to his demonic gem? But if he spared her, he would not get the full power of the stone. Oh, how could he be the hero he wanted to be? Reynardo hesitated. Zenobia was his greatest enemy. She was the Emperor's daughter and his greatest general, and the single person Reynardo least wanted to remove from this world, especially that way. She was holding her arms out before her, hands fluttering, fending him off with hopeless urgency. Nope, she was weaving a spell. He couldn't move. This thing is evil, she said. She slid the Iblistone out of its slot in his gauntlet and slipped it into a bag. Maybe we can learn from it. She eyed him with a strange, wry, apologetic look. I missed you too. And before he could move again, she was gone. Learn from the Iblistone? What did that mean? Would she take it to the palace or to the observatory on the Nexus? If she thought it was evil, she wouldn't want it in the palace. Maybe I can outrace her to the observatory, thought Reynardo. Cats can run faster, but foxes can run longer.
Czyli mnie wyruchała.
Reynardo felt a little sick. Ever since Zenobia had taken the stone from him, he'd felt an ache that wouldn't go away. He missed it. He wanted it back. He needed it back. Why hadn't he killed her when he had the chance? She was the enemy. He hadn't even seen her in 14 years. Why had he hesitated? You're a sucker for an empowered woman. Renato kicked himself. Don't make that mistake again.
She was the enemy? Niby dlaczego? Przeczytałem list, że ona nie jest enemy. Ojej, w którą stronę iść? W lewo czy w prawo? Nie, tu był tylko... Nie, czekaj. Oj, nie
What
pan...
was really fun was hooking yourself onto a moving ship.
Excusez-moi. Chciałbym, żeby tak Sacred 4 wyglądało wizualnie, jeżeli kiedykolwiek powstanie Sacred 4. Chyba jakiś wielki skrót znalazłem.
This one contained nothing but unmatched gloves. And something more useful.
At school, we learn the gospel of the transcendent emperor, the last divinity to pierce the skies. He would banish the evil old gods and grant us the gift of time. But could one man, divine as he may be, create something as intricate as time? I have my own theory. I believe that time is a symptom, rather than a gift. I'm convinced that on a cosmic scale, there is a pendulum motion between order and chaos. The Transcendent Emperor ended chaos and started the age we live in, an age of cause and effect, of fact and logic. Time is merely the tapestry upon which these laws manifest themselves. It is the foundation for order's companion, entropy. But in the age of chaos, when the old gods reign, perception carries more weight than facts, emotions can shape worlds, and time ceases to exist. The age of order is ending. I'm merely helping the inevitable. Entropy has been broken, fate has been breached, the end of time is coming, and I shall embrace it. Emperor. Ty, to była skrzynka. Fuck. Czyli nie tędy. Czemu mi zawibrował pad? Nie wiem mieć wibracji. No bez jaj. Halo! No. Hitbox.
Zenobia thought the stone was evil. Was it? He longed to have it back. He'd felt so good killing ravens with it. And yet, he'd felt unclean ever since he'd touched it. She confused him. She'd made him want to be a better fox. And then she'd abandoned him, never telling him she was the Emperor's daughter. Never contacting him since. Well, who was she to tell him the stone was evil?
Nie wiem. To jest dziwne, że gra z takim wielkim napięciem na fabułę nie ma spolszczenia.
And while he was trying to recover the stone Zenobia had taken from him, the Imperial fleet was tightening its grip. He might fail to save the rebellion, and it would all be her fault. Renato felt a burst of outrage. Not only had she stolen his gem, she'd also stolen his scientists. Sure, they were neutral, but they had helped him discover what the Emperor was up to. They were supposed to be helping me, Renato thought. So unfair. This is quite the view, he thought.
Tam był list. Ups.
Get over here!
Ja już mam połowę gry, już jestem już ponad półmetek. Już mam 2 prawdy zrobione. Z tego co zrozumiałem w grze muszę znaleźć 4 prawdy, żeby odblokować to w ten finał jakby. Pewnie jakiś boss. Jest 28 wersji wydarzeń, więc jeżeli trafisz idealnie w te 4, których potrzebujesz, no to pewnie grę możesz skończyć w 4 godziny.
The scientist's toes were pointing arcane instruments at the stone and looking at it through prisms and reflections. Mine, said Renato as he took back the stone.
Well, we need it for science.
Croaked the toads. So he killed them. He felt better immediately. Smarter, too. I thought you'd never come for me, whispered the stone. Then, a far-speaker toad croaked in something like Zenobia's voice.
Renato, leave the stone with the toads. It will swallow your soul. You'll kill everyone you love.
But Renato had an army to lead, an empire to bring down.
Kolejne nowe opcje. Dlaczego mam słuchać Zenobii, skoro ona mnie zamroziła i uciekła? Maybe he should throw the Iblis stone away. Oj, nie, nie, nie.
Whispered the stone. It was right. Wasn't Zenobia the Emperor's greatest general? Wasn't Renato fighting for the rebellion? Of course you wouldn't want him to have it. Wouldn't you be a better emperor than Lysander III? Added the stone. You know what? I would, thought Renato. Or maybe he said it out loud. He would go see the council and lead their armies to victory. All he had to do was call them on the far speaker. Oh, damn. Well, wouldn't they be surprised anyway? Ah, the ruins. Renato had come there as a kid when it was still the fabulous city of Ubar, before the Emperor's ravens had come to pillage ancient books from its library and destroyed it. Now the rebel council lay hidden underneath the ruins. And between here and there, all these ravens to kill. They deserved it for what they'd done to the city. And the faster he could kill them, the more of a rush they gave him.
Rally the Rebels. Gra ma 24 zakończenia? Ten się z napisami końcowymi?
Ah, impatient.
To podejrzewam...
He missed her. Not Zenobia. Hypatia, the kid's mother.
Nie dadzą pogadać.
Renato had never thought he'd date a librarian. He'd always figured himself for the barmaid type. But then, he'd never figured the library of Ubar would have comic books, or that Hypatia would know anything about them. He missed her.
Mi się wydaje, że to wygląda na zasadzie członów. Bo są jakieś, jest kilka kluczowych jakby z historii,
Well, they really needed to...
które przekładają się na koniec, na endgame. I na przykład, czy zobaczymy w cutscence tego typa, przykładowo, którego żeśmy nie uratowali. To jest nagle jakimś kompletnie pobocznym bohaterem, który prawdopodobnie ma najwięcej do powiedzenia w tej sprawie. Tak jak to było w Omen-Side, że nagle Xeon podejrzewał barmana i rzeczywiście.
Zenobia, not killing her and all. And what did she do? She stole the gem from him and made him kill all those scientists. Next time she'd see. Whee!
Uiii! Tam były tylko power up. Ty, ale to jest Void Blade. To coś jest nie tak, bo historii jest 28.
Have you ever felt you were just going round in circles? Renato felt like that.
Doom to your doom. Osiągnięcie.
Whispered the stone. Ravens? Renato knew how the stone felt. Each raven he killed gave him a little jolt of pleasure. But he could only kill them so fast, and the pleasure wore off too quickly. Hopefully soon he would face a more powerful adversary. whispered the stone. But not with a bunch of mangy ravens. Renato had a lot of crafting materials. Now all he needed was a crafting bench.
Nawet nie wiem po co to upgrade'uję. I tak tego nie używam. Mam za mało energii. Muszę powiększyć energię i zacząć w ogóle tego używać.
Those flames really bring out your eyes.
No, jeszcze obrażenia dostałem. Ale za to zauważyłem, że teraz nagle się naprawiło audio w grze. Już nie muszę zmieniać ustawień co chwilę. O shit. Przyszedłem tutaj z drugiej strony.
Well, the eyes have had it.
Tam w ogóle jest jakieś ukryte przejście.
So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good.
No!
That hurt.
Slajduj!
Maybe I should follow my nose, thought Renato.
Nic nie wyleciało. Treasure Hunter. Pewnie zwiększa ilość wdropionych ore.
As he reached the secret entrance, he was shocked to see Zenobia talking with the council.
O!
She bore a white flag. Whispered the stone. What are you doing here, love? Renato demanded. Come for the brown muffins?
She's worried about you.
Croaked the council speaker.
We all are.
You're not yourself, Zenobia said. Before they could get into the rest of the intervention, he leapt at her. Unfortunately, the council speaker blocked him, so he slew her and the other council members. I'm not giving up, cried Zenobia as she darted off into the ruins. I think I just killed the entire rebel council, said Renato.
See how much power they've given you.
But they were on my side, weren't they?
No one is on your side, except for me.
He set sail for the fleet. There, at least, there would be enemies to kill.
Już nawet wyborów nie mam. Po prostu przechodzę z mapy na mapę.
Unless that was the Iblastone talking. He could never be sure. Anyway, who needed other rebels here? They'd only get in the way. A true hero fights alone after he's got all his friends killed.
Nice. Jestem jak Doomslayer. Ja mam przyjaciół, bo wszystkich zabiłem.
The mysterious sword from the east made you so fast you could catch a fly with your chopsticks. If that's what you really wanted. Once, Renato had been to a dungeon where all the chests were locked. It was awful.
Tyle? Nic tu nie ma? Czekaj. Nie mogę się tepnąć. Hello? Co jest? O! Never mind. Teraz się nagle pojawiają.
Down, he thought.
Oglądałem trochę recenzji i streamów z Dirt Rally 2. Wszyscy chwalą. Lepsze niż jedynka.
Beautiful. Everything was glowing, breathing, alive. Except, okay, the ravens he'd killed. But the wind was alive, like a million fingers caressing his hair. He'd never felt so powerful. He'd never felt so sexy. Somewhere down the path would be the Emperor. Renato would slay him, most powerful man in Eredar. And the Iblastone would give Renato all that power. And he would be Emperor. And then he would set everyone free.
Jedyny problem
No
w Rally 2 to kampania. W sensie nic nie poprawili względem jedynki, dalej jest taka biedna. Trochę się o to martwię, bo ja głównie będę grał kampanię. Więc sobie na razie pobrałem jedynkę. I wiem, że preorder mogę za 130 zł kupić, więc to 110 zł taniej. Ale chyba aż tak nie będę raszować. Tym bardziej, że nic z tego nie będę miał. Sobie na razie chyba pojeżdżę trochę w jedynkę jeszcze. W końcu mogę tutaj dojść. Coś się zmienia, nareszcie. Będziemy mieć chyba bossa. Widzę, że Void Blade dużo zmienia. Ten stone cały. Tak, daily, weekly i monthly. Jest dokładnie to samo co w jedynce. Nawet nie zrobili multiplayera normalnego na rally. Jak to było w Dirt 3. Że jeden startuje, potem kolejny za 15 sekund i kolejny, i kolejny. Trochę bieda. Ja bym chciał z kim pojeździć. Jedyne co zostaje to Rallycross.
At last, he was face to face with Zenobia. She was still unarmed. No fire crackled from her claws.
Excellent. Kill her.
Whispered the stone. He raised his sword for the killing blow. Is this what you really want? She asked. Or is it what the stone wants?
Think of the power.
Insisted the stone. I don't want to kill you, he told Zenobia, his arm still raised. I know. But he could not put the sword down. It wants blood, he told her. I know. Oh, help me, he said. She stabbed herself. Take my blood.
What the hell?
You mustn't.
Cried the Iblis stone. Oh no! Why did you... He ran to embrace her, and she plunged her bloody dagger into his heart. Why? He said. We'll be together in the halls of the valiant, she said. I love you, he said. Thank you. And the Iblis stone screamed, and then it began to glow. It burst into flames. It burned like an ember. And then it was ash that blew away in the wind. And Zenobia and Renato died in each other's arms. And just like that, he was alive again, and back on the Farfarer, still fleeing burning Ubar. The book was still open before him. So, the book was a portal. It took you to the future, when your destinies would branch. He had failed and died 3 times, and he hadn't learned anything new this time. He'd done the same thing twice, yet expected a different outcome.
Serio? Serio zrobiłem to samo?
But he was starting to feel like he was getting the hang of this. There was a way through to victory. He could feel it. He just had to keep running the path of...
Musimy iść po naszego przyjaciela.
The book fluttered back to the beginning.
Bo taka jest ikonka.
The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game
Changer.
Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that
Ja mam tą opcję włączoną, co pokazało?
using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. As tempting as it
Czyli
was,
dobrze wybierałem, tylko potem się pomyliłem.
there was a war going on.
Może powinienem cały czas trzymać Stone'a i być...
His old friend Lapino
Bad boy.
needed rescuing. Lapino was no game changer, but could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Idziemy do niego, bo
Ah,
on mnie zaprowadzi do pierwszej prawdy.
apparently the Mad Rabbit had sold a Pegasus that he did not exactly own. Lapino always wiggled out of trouble given time, but he was out of time. The Ravens had figured out that Lapino was a rebel spy. If the fleet reached him first, they'd string him up for that. Never mind the winged horse.
Was a rebel spy. Czyli nie był po mojej stronie. To ja jestem rebelią.
Lapino had apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it. But wait, where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the Ravens?
jakiś skrót był. To zrespiłem w trochę innym miejscu.
Sorry, mustache, thought Renato. That was odd. Renato had been here, at this exact place, at this exact time. But this time, there were so many more ravens.
No, ale skróty.
The village looked so peaceful.
Gdzie ja idę w ogóle?
Were the villagers hiding somewhere? Of course not. No matter how much he searched, he would only find ravens here.
Tym razem same raveny.
Renato was remembering all his old tricks, and some new ones. Now, he really ought to ask for a raise. Swell. He'd always wanted to do that.
Co my tu mamy? Pewnie kolejny bonus. Jeszcze chyba nie znalazłem ani jednych drzwi mieczowych, które by hanęłyby grę w inny sposób. Tak mam wrażenie, że to jest to samo, tylko power up, jakiś bonus. No. Tym się trochę różni od Omen Sighta, bo w Omen Sightie kilka drzwi
Funky.
zmieniało trochę bieg wydarzeń,
Didn't get it in his clothes.
albo skracało trasę. No i co, muszę się wrócić. Tu jest nagle zamknięte. O! What the hell? Zmiany, zmiany.
If only he had a portal onto the Emperor's ship, this would be a short war. Ravens were landing everywhere. The advance guard. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lupino first, they'd eat him for breakfast.
To chyba był jednak skrót.
Snack. Ravens weren't picky. If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lupino. Where had the mad rabbit got to?
No, rzeczywiście.
Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lupino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato recognized the cards. It was Lupino's favorite deck. Oh, I thought you were in danger. I am. The ravens are coming. Oh, the prison thing. Right, yeah, see, this guard owed me 53 ducats, so we made a deal. They're very reasonable people, actually, for weasels. Now, I got a brilliant plan to kidnap Zenobia. We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows, and that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who happened to also be a deadly sorcerer, and, oh, his only daughter? That would be worth it. And it would be nice to see her. He'd always had a soft spot for her. And, he felt sure, she had one for him. On the other hand,
Nowa
he could still get to the
ikonka.
core of the Sky Ripper.
Sky Reaper dalej coś może odblokować?
It must have great power.
Nie, idziemy
Zenobia
do
wasn't
góry.
just the Emperor's daughter.
Cały czas do góry, tak myślę.
She'd been Renado's best friend in sword fu school.
And you're still mad for her.
The rabbit reminded him. The rabbit had a point. And Renato had a feeling she'd want to see him again. Who knows what could happen between the two of them this time around?
She knows all his plans,
Chuckled the master spy.
she won't give them up easily.
She'll tell the interrogators, all right, said Lapino. Taking her would change the game, all right.
Ale ona się nie da skapczurować może znowu. Czy się tym razem da skapczurować?
The city was already under Zenobia's control. I had to admire her efficiency. Renato shivered at the thought of Zenobia at the mercy of the interrogators. Could he really turn her over to them? But this was war. It wasn't meant to be pretty.
Cyk. A może...
Snack time, boys!
Chyba mogę iść tamtędy jednak. Ale to jest tylko crate. Ej! Nie mogłem się ruszyć. Goddammit, moja pierwsza śmierć w grze. Dobra, trochę to chcę przespeedrunować.
He wished there were more pylons he could use the hook on. They really needed to construct additional pylons.
Bo i tak tu już się wiele nie zmieni, w sensie upgrade'y.
Renato danced around the room yelling,
Jak to combat record? Przecież jeszcze się bije.
"That's how we do it." It was something he liked to
What
do.
the hell?
Only after
Drugi combat
all
report.
the witnesses. What's behind? Door number 2.
O, to jest pytanie. Coś nowego. Bo nie pamiętam, żebym tu był. Czyli wtedy Void Blade dał mi skrót. Bo przeszedłem przez bramkę.
What exactly was Lapino up to this time? You could see the wheels spinning inside his head. They made Renato dizzy, in fact.
O! Możemy iść skrótem. Nawet w sumie musimy. Nawet gra sama już nam mówi, że ej, po co tam iść? Chodź szybciej, szybciej.
Anyone ever tell you you have a lovely eye? No?
Kolejny skrót. What the fuck?
So,
Tak szybko.
what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lapino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved geese, a net, setting the Farfarer a little bit on fire, Lapino dressing as an old blind toad, and Reynardo hiding inside a monstrous watermelon. What could possibly go wrong? Thought Reynardo.
O! Go for Lapino's G's net fire toad watermelon plan, not the time for her brain sheens. Ja myślę, że ja go potrzebuję, mimo wszystko.
Oh, this is gonna be fun, said Lapino as he ran to go set up his marvelous plan.
Zmanipulujemy tego typa.
You couldn't go sticking jewels in your gauntlet just anywhere. What if you dropped one and broke it? Luckily, there was a bench right here.
Kamera.
Reynardo felt dubious about the whole plan. With every step, he was waiting for it all to go horribly wrong. But against all odds, Lapino's idiotic plan worked. Zenobia's ravens ran off after the geese, the net dropped, and Reynardo jumped out of the watermelon and put his sword to Zenobia's throat. Reynardo, she said, are those new scars? They look good on you. You never returned my velvet jacket. It was my favorite. You look stupid in velvet. Ah, what does an imperial princess know about style? Ah, get a room, you two, said Lapino, probably sensing the chemistry. But the fleet was coming on fast, so they took Zenobia east, over the Nexus. She'd vanished from Swordfu School, from his life, without even saying goodbye, without ever telling him she was the Emperor's adopted daughter. Reynardo was aware of her
I
feelings.
się wyjaśniło.
Maybe this was a bad idea, but was he letting his own feelings get the better of him?
O, jeez, przynajmniej i tu jest coś dalej. Ale ponieważ Zenobia ma uczucia do Reynardo, czytaliśmy list, w którym stwierdzono fakt, iż prawdopodobnie ona nie ma nic wspólnego z planem jego ojca, to wybieram bramkę numer 1.
Listen, said Reynardo. Let's not do this. Let's not do what? Asked Zenobia. Look, you're the Emperor's right hand. You are going to have me interrogated, she said. Sure, yeah, but then I remembered how you feel about me. How I feel about you. You are going to have me interrogated. But I didn't, because you care about me, said Reynardo. Well, guess again, Buster, he said as she pushed him off his own boat. As he plummeted towards the bottomless clouds of the abyss, Reynardo decided that he'd not really handle the situation with his usual finesse. He had tried something bold and paid the price for it.
What? I od nowa?
The city was already under Zenobia's control. I had to admire her.
Ale ma...
Reynardo shivered at the thought of Zenobia at the mercy of the interrogators. Could he really turn her over to them?
Ale to jest... Ty, ale...
War. It wasn't meant to be pretty.
Te ikonki okłamały mnie. To miało gdzieś mnie popchnąć dalej. A to był troll. Chyba wyłączę te
This
ikonki.
was the nice part of town, but the ravens had been through here. They like to take shiny things home to their nests.
Bo mam dużo ore, prawdopodobnie będę mógł Void Blade'a ulepszyć. To jeszcze raz. Idziemy z planem Watermelona. Ale idziemy ją zabić, tam więzić. Może to jeszcze nie jest czas na to, żeby ona nam aż tak zaufała. Może musimy chwilę odczekać.
This gauntlet looks swell with that jewel in it.
A, może mam. Nie mam, bo się nie świeci. No to speedrun.
What exactly was Lupino up to this time? You could see the wheels spinning inside his head. They made Renato dizzy, in fact. Hey, why don't you guys fight in groups? Oh, I know. Because there's no I in team. So, what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lupino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved geese, a net, setting the Farfarer a little bit on fire, Lupino dressing as an old blind toad, and Renato hiding inside a monstrous watermelon. What could possibly go wrong? Thought Renato. Oh, this is gonna be fun, said Lupino, as he ran to go set up his marvelous plan.
No co zrobisz?
Once, he'd found a Superman issue #1 in mint condition in a jar he'd broken. He planned to keep breaking things until he had the whole series.
Nie?
Renato felt dubious about the whole plan. With every step, he was waiting for it all to go horribly wrong. But against all odds, Lupino's idiotic plan worked. Zenobia's ravens ran off after the geese, the net dropped, and Renato jumped out of the watermelon and put his sword to Zenobia's throat. Renato, she said, are those new scars? They look good on you. You never returned my velvet jacket. It was my favorite. You look
Favorite?
stupid in velvet. Ah, what does an imperial princess know about style? Ah, get a room, you two, said Lupino, probably sensing the chemistry. But the fleet was coming on fast, so they took Zenobia east, over the Nexus. She'd vanished from Swordfu School, from his life, without even saying goodbye, without ever telling him she was the Emperor's adopted daughter. Renato was aware of her feelings. Maybe this was a bad idea, but was he letting his own feelings get
Maybe this was a bad idea.
Ah, Lupino was right, Renato thought reluctantly. She knows things. She recognized his look. You're taking me to the interrogators, aren't you? She said, wide-eyed. And then she jumped, with horror. Renato saw Zenobia plummeting. Then he saw the Nexus below them. Cats always land on their feet. Ah, she'll head for the Imperial outpost, yelled Lupino. You have to catch her.
Dead? Już myślałem. No nic dziwnego, że uciekła, skoro jej nie uwiązaliśmy.
Cats can run faster, but foxes can run longer. If he ran, he could head her off before she reached her minions at the outpost. Well, he did love a good chase.
W ogóle idę inaczej
Oh, this
niż
really
wcześniej.
didn't have much in the way of safety features, did it?
Czyżby skrót? Więc podejrzewam, że ta jedna prawda jest związana z Lapino, Lapino nam coś powie, a druga prawda jest na temat tego oka całego, więc trzeba będzie następnym razem wziąć kamień i cały czas go słuchać. Tak myślę. I zebrać Sky Reapera od razu. Pewnie musimy wszystkie te 3 elementy ze sobą wziąć. Jeżeli to jest w ogóle wykonalne. Czy ja dobrze idę? Czy ja się cofam? Oczywiście, że się cofam.
This stone was incredibly valuable. Renato could sense it. Also, it still had its price tag. He was closing on her. He could smell her fear.
Kurde,
He tried not to think
zamknięte.
about the interrogators at the secret base. What did they do to her? Maybe it didn't have to end that way. Maybe he could talk to her. But, after all, there were worse things the Imperials had done to friends of his. It did not matter how outnumbered the rebellion was. The secret Zenobia held could level the playing field. Codes, passwords. She could wreak havoc with just a few whispers to a far speaker.
Shit. 100 ore. Tu mam otworzony crate. Zaczynam się w tym wszystkim gubić.
Bernardo reached the outpost. The Imperials there were no match for him. Soon after, Zenobia limped up the path. When she realized he was already in front of her, she didn't even try to run. Oh, you left without saying goodbye. Again, he said, please. You're enjoying this a little too much. She said, shaken. Oh, spare us the chit-chat, would you? Said Lapino as he shackled her hands so she couldn't throw spells. She knows all his plans. All the way back to the Farfarer, Lapino nagged Renato about how the interrogators would pry all the intel out of Zenobia. How that would turn the tides in the imminent battle. All they had to do was take her to the rebel secret base. Renato didn't like to think about what the interrogators would do to her. Couldn't he just talk to her?
Ale już to wybrałem. Jeżeli znowu spróbuję ją zanieść do bazy, to się nic nie stanie według gry. A tu mam kłódkę. Więc chyba skipnę Rebel Base. Tym bardziej, że rebelianci prawdopodobnie mnie zdradzają.
As they pulled away from the Nexus, Renato could see the fear in Zenobia's eyes. I can't take her to those creatures at the base, he whispered to Lapino. Ah, you've gone soft. Soft in the head. We captured her for what she knows. I'll take her to the mountains. Tell all the horrible things the Emperor's done. Yeah, believe me, she'll turn. And he turned the wheel. The hell you will! Shouted Lapino, and he grabbed the wheel back from him. The two of them wrestled for control of the ship. It shot off like a mad sparrow. Suddenly, Renato was falling.
Dead. No i wyszła prawda o Lapino.
When he came to, Zenobia was standing over him. Why didn't you take me to the base to be interrogated? She demanded. Do you know what's left of people they interrogate? This is some trick, isn't it? To make me fall for you again. Well, I won't. Oh, go on then. Scurry back to your ravens. I can't stop you. But strangely, she didn't.
Mam kompankę.
As Renato set off to find the Farfarer, she followed him, keeping just out of sight of the ravens.
Ha. Idziesz? Nie idziesz? Że stała w miejscu? No dobra.
He'd once met a pirate captain who used hooks to get around his ship. Oh, what was his name again?
Running out of pocket. Odblokowane osiągnięcie. Czyli jeżeli ona mi w tym momencie ufa, to być może mój plan, żeby pokonać tego typa, się sprawdzi. To było akurat do przewidzenia, bo zawsze tak jest. Nawet nie tylko w grach. Że nagle dajesz opcjonalnego bohatera, który jest niby twoim przyjacielem i nagle jest kakblat.
Still mad. Did you really think you'd just talk me into betraying my father? Oh yeah, sure, that was exactly my plan. Then why aren't you even talking to me? Because I've never talked you into anything in my life. They're gonna court-martial you for letting me go. He caught a whiff of the Farfarer. Wet rope, tar, and a cask of Scobel ale he'd spilt last year. It was that way. There was an engraving. Maximum capacity, 130 people. Couldn't they have put in an elevator? Or a giant eagle? Or something?
Excusez-moi. Czy ja zaczynam mieć alergię? Jesus Christ, od 3 dni mnie tak kicha. Od kiedy się tylko słońce pojawiło na świecie. Cieplutko jest. Nagle kicham. To jest połowa lutego.
This one looked familiar. Had he lost this one in a card game? Welcome back, he thought.
Ci mi się przed chwilą zbugował, widziałem tylko 1/4 ekranu. No. Wczoraj miałem bugę na Twitchu, że mi się ekran freezował i musiałem stopować stream i włączać go od nowa. A tak to słyszałem tylko audio.
He should have taken Zenobia to the rebel base for real. Maybe she wasn't playing him after all. After the bleak talk about the Emperor's dark secrets, he was regretting his suspicion. Had that door been opened before?
Tam jest statek. To ja właśnie zmieniam bieg wydarzeń. Chyba tak. O, jeez, gdzie ja lecę? Tak daleko. Ty, ale tu jeszcze nie byłem. Dear Zenobia, do you remember that expedition I have sent to the depths beneath the islands? They have returned. Well, 3 ships have returned out of the 8 I sent. Of course I mourn the losses, but the knowledge the survivors brought back is invaluable. What they have experienced is incredible! The air gradually grows denser, the more turbulent, until it becomes a suffocating, bone-crushing thunderstorm. But the islands keep stretching for miles below the surface, and they have roots that radiate downward far beyond sight. The islands are alive. This is the proof I was looking for. The thick air of the depths keeps them afloat, and in the depths they find their sustenance. Do they have a conscience? Are they aware of our existence? Or are we merely parasites that they ignore or tolerate? I must prepare another expedition. This time I will go myself. I need to see this wondrous world of the endless deep sky. I hope you will visit me before I leave. I would like to hear more about that new friend of yours, Reynardo.
Open, says me.
Ow! Jeez. Mam takie dziwne przeczucie, że w trakcie walki wolniej się dash regeneruje.
Reynardo remembered when he'd first stolen one of these. Good times.
Nie, czyli jednak to był bonus.
Sure enough, the Farfarer had crashed in some rocks. There was no sign of Lupino. Zenobia caught up. All that kid stuff in Swordfu School. And look, that's the past. We're adults now. We have duties to other people. And we have destinies. What are you talking about? And you are the most arrogant, slow-witted, light-fingered, mercenary, immoral, reckless... Run away with me, said Reynardo, and he realized he meant it. What? Just like that? She demanded. I will, if you will. So she kissed him. And it was the best kiss he'd ever had. They held hands as they boarded the Farfarer. Reynardo felt light-hearted, like the winds that were playing the rigging like a balalaika. But Lupino, I need to get back to Lupino, he said, suddenly realizing he could have been captured. A prisoner. He's not. How'd you know? He saw something in her eyes he didn't understand. He fell, didn't he? Into the abyss. She looked away, wouldn't answer. But then a bolt smashed through the Farfarer's keel. The broken ship plummeted out of the clouds.
Ciekawe. Lapino będzie z Emperorem?
Picked himself off the deck. They were alive. We have to get to my private ship, she said. Do you trust me? I guess I must, he said. You go on ahead. Clear the path, she said. I can't kill my own soldiers. He wanted to say that he didn't trust her, that he had no idea what he was getting into. But he had no choice, did he? He was following his heart. That's what it means to be a hero. You had to follow your heart.
Jak rozumiem, mi skrótem.
Or I could go that way, he thought.
I'm no rookie, odblokowane osiągnięcie. Fuck. I gdyby nie te skipy i te skróty, to ja nie wiem.
They paused to catch their breath. It was strange to be so close to her. What are you thinking? He asked. I'm trying very hard not to think. Me too, he said. Up ahead, he could see the thin silver of Zenobia's personal ship. It looked fast. They would leave all this behind. Renato wondered if his future self had commissioned these poles.
Gaming Project Stream. Zapowiadają swoją konsolę.
The platform used a hybrid propulsion system fueled by anti-gravity and wishful thinking.
Google Yeti? Co to jest Google Yeti? Nagle tu nie mogę iść. Tylko muszę iść tędy. A, konsola, no. A Google nie ma żadnych szans, jak oni nawet laptopa dobrego nie umieją zrobić. Te chromebooki są słabe. Google to jest pomału się robi taki Valve. Są wizjonerami, bo kombinują sporo. Ale te ich pomysły tak mało co wypadają.
As they reached her ship, Renato
The rabbit was the murderer.
on his stomach.
osiągnięcie.
He was surprised to see a crossbow bolt sticking out of it.
I was going to lead the Empire to a secret base, said Lapino. But no, you had to screw up my plan because you've still got a thing for her.
Renato stared at Zenobia. The kiss. Was it real? She said, with a look of indescribable sorrow. She gestured and said an arcane word, and Lapino went flying into the abyss, screaming, "I'm telling your father!" Then she knelt down to cradle his head, and her paws felt very soft and warm. But he'd learned another true thing. Lapino was a traitor. Renato had suspected there was something wrong with the mad rabbit, but now he knew there was malice behind his goofiness.
No to musimy jeszcze poznać jedną historię dotyczącą... A nie, sorry, 24 jest, pomyliłem się. Musimy jeszcze poznać jedną historię na temat tego całego oka. Tak kamienia.
There would be a way to win. Renato could feel it. He'd have to explore choices he'd never made before he could figure it all out, though. And with that, the book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again. And he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose.
Game changer.
The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong, but he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert, as tempting as it was to explore ancient mysteries. There was a war going on, and also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens? The island was windswept desert. No one went there except ostriches and ostrich hunters. The Iblis Stone. It sounded ominous. It sounded powerful. If the Emperor was searching for it, it must be dangerous. And so, Renato went ostrich hunting.
Ostatnio wycieka specyfikacja devkitu PS5 Pasonyż podobno rozsyłała.
Every child could sing verses about the Sky Ripper.
Okay.
But ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls. A ruby that drank blood. A jewel only a righteous man could give away. Were all these things the Iblis Stone? Long hidden in the buried temple? Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now? Drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals? Now he could slice the wings off a fly in the air. Not that he would. It's sort of mean, really. Renato distrusted doors that opened automatically, especially after being buried for millennia. Was this some sort of trap?
Czyli... żeby poznać prawdę na temat kamienia, powinniśmy się słuchać kamienia, tak? Czyli tym razem powinniśmy rzucić uczucia na bok. Powinniśmy po prostu się dać zmanipulować. Cześć, Funky.
The Ravens were already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. Then he hadn't come too late.
Cyk, 6-6. Te drzwi mnie chyba tylko prowadziły do bonusu. Nie mogę? What the fuck? Ha, bo może nie sięgam. Co tam, funky?
Renato wondered idly if people who had built these poles had really, really long tentacles.
Nagle mam inną część mapy. Czy te mapki się zmieniają względem tego, ile mam prawd odkrytych? To tak wygląda. Ramin... Skrót? Chyba mam skrót.
Skyripper destroyed everything, and Lapino was a filthy traitor. Using a stone named for an evil god seemed unwise. But what else was there?
To nieźle robisz zdalnie, jak expisz w RS. Zblokowane osiągnięcie. O, właśnie. Ile enemy. O! Required True Sword Full 3×3. Czy muszę to odblokować na full?
Oh, what does the fox say? Asked Glenray. Another one called back, "Come, come, dying!" And they both laughed hysterically.
No nie powiem, no mamy zajebistą pracę. Praca, w której prawie w ogóle się nie pracuje.
The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders. Don't get ahead of yourself, lad. This couldn't be good for global warming.
Tak w sumie to ja w ogóle tych nie muszę używać, mogę po prostu to przespeedrunować. Coś do przodu, tak w sumie. Dobra, jest kamyczek.
It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up. Who said that? It was the stone. Eager, thirsty. That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once, and Renato wasn't sure he really wanted to be Emperor. Why not capture the core of Skyripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god, torn out by the transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. "It's the core," said the stone anxiously.
Was it afraid of the power of the core? Czyli być może kamień jest gorszy niż rdzeń. Ale i to mnie doprowadzi do prawdy, więc... Jolo.
The stone bothered him. He hated being told what to do. Wasn't that why he joined the rebellion? Wasn't that why he'd refused to be a soldier? He'd agreed to come on board only if he could freelance. The stone felt a bit clingy. The sage Calaveras had told him where to find the Sky Ripper, a weapon capable of challenging the gods. Even without its armature, the core would still possess great power.
Właśnie, przecież ja nie mam tego. Nie mam armaczura, nie mam ramki. Będę miał sam rdzeń, który będzie napierdalał. Jeszcze wracając do tego PS5, to co...
The Farfarer. Renato had a rare feeling of regret. It's not too late, he thought. He could turn around and sail for Zenobia's island. He frowned. Wait a minute. He didn't want to kill Zenobia, did he? Sure, technically she was the enemy, but they'd been at sword food school together. They'd never been lovers, but somehow they'd been closer. She'd told him every secret about herself, except the biggest one, that she was the Emperor's daughter. No, kill Zenobia, whispered the stone. Before it's too late. There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time.
Dlaczego kamień chce zabić laskę, skoro ona nic nie zrobiła?
Was nothing more but a portal to another plane of existence. He didn't particularly want to find out.
Powinni zabić jej ojca, skoro to ojciec jest winny. Co ona ma do tego? Jeszcze jest adoptowana też w ogóle.
The stone hadn't lied about what it could do for him. With each raven he cut down, he felt a jolt of power flowing into his arm. You're weak, whispered the stone. The core will kill you. Are you afraid of it? No, don't be ridiculous. It chuckled. But it's unstable. It will poison you if someone just carry it, and if you try to use it, it will explode catastrophically. Renato did not trust rocks that talked in his head. He went onwards.
XP mi brakuje.
As he approached the core, the stone became hysterical. No, it's too much power.
Ujawnić konsolę w tym roku na własnym evencie.
He had a sudden vision of plunging his gauntlet into the core and dying in anguish. That wasn't his vision, was it?
Po co?
The stone had sent him its darkest fears, hadn't it? He had
Po co komu konsola?
to do exactly that. He raised his right fist and plunged it into the core. There was a rush of light. He thought he could hear the stone screaming. And then he passed out. When Renato came to, the core was gone. But the Iblis stone was no longer black, but glowing with a blue light. And it was silent. I can't hear you, he sang out, and you. It didn't answer. Ha, he said. He had defeated the demonic gem with the power of his mind. He felt invincible. It was time to attack the Imperial outpost on the Nexus. Take the battle to the enemy. But among the huge crystals, there was also an observatory. A wise man would probably ask the scientists exactly what he had first. How wise was he?
Jeżeli wybiorę dolną opcję, to mam wrażenie, że znowu wybuchniemy.
As the Farfarer made its way toward the Nexus, Bernardo watched sparks fly out of the core. The Ibla stone sucked them in hungrily. You'd think the stone would want this kind of power, wouldn't it? Thought Bernardo. Well, the scientists would explain it all. This time, Bernardo was sure he'd figured out how to use the core safely.
A jeżeli scientyscy nie są trustworthy, jeżeli oni mnie okłamują i mnie na przykład skapczurują, znowu jesteśmy w tym samym miejscu. Jesus.
He'd trusted his gut and
Przynajmniej
it
skrót
worked
jest.
out. That's what it meant to be a hero. To ignore the naysayers and the oddmakers and do what you knew was right and have it turn out to be the right thing. Well, he wasn't worried. Once he got to the observatory, the scientist toads could explain it. Then he could carry the war into the enemy's camp and destroy them all. Oh dear, he was getting a little bloodthirsty, wasn't he?
Widziałem, że grałeś w Omnibusa, się zastanawiałem, co cię wzięło.
This chest made music when you opened it. Too bad it was Muzak. Bernardo had never felt better in his life. Normally, a battle would wear him down and he would need a night's sleep. Now he felt like he could go all night and all day. He felt like people were cheering him on and he could practically hear their applause as he slew one raven after another.
No nie wiedziałem, że Omnibus ma achy.
Stone and the Skyrim.
Nie zwróciłem uwagi.
Two artifacts from the time of legends. Bernardo was becoming a legendary hero, wasn't he? He had enough power to save the rebellion.
Kurde, tam było
He
coś
had
do
to
przeczytania.
understand this power, so he would not misuse it.
Też chyba tam to czytałem już. Kiedy MDK 2. Chcesz usłyszeć szczerą odpowiedź? Czy przyszłościową, wizjonerską? Wizjonerską? Kiedyś zagram. Pog. To się nie skreślam, jeżeli o to ci chodzi.
Bernardo wondered where he could find a snack.
Kiedyś zagram.
He was feeling a bit peckish.
Jak nie zwróciłeś uwagi na achy? Jak gra nie ma achów, to znaczy, że się nie opłaca grać. W sumie. Rzadko patrzę na achy.
The toads at the observatory measured the stone with their occult devices. I fed it the core of Sky Ripper, explained Renato. No more TV blood and souls.
But the core is not an unlimited energy source,
Said one toad. Another said,
there's a feedback loop, you see, which could overload the stone. The stone doesn't actually feed on souls,
claimed a third.
but on pain of killing another sentient being. If you can truly be at peace with yourself, it would not overload.
This was all very confusing.
To prawda.
At peace. Yes, the mountains were peaceful and quiet.
but he now had the power to turn the tides. He should report to the Rebellion Council and prepare for the decisive battle.
I to mnie gdzieś doprowadzi. The Corals protecting Reynardo from the Iblis Stone's dark influence, but too much killing would overload it. To prawda właśnie, to jest tak. He had to find inner peace to maintain balance, but overloading the core did not sound reassuring. Maybe Reynardo could try to find peace real quick, then go back into the fray in time to save the rebellion. Nie wiem, czy nie będzie za późno. Dobra, jola.
The one thing he understood from all the Toad arguments, maybe the stone did not feed on blood, or souls, or rage. It fed on empathy. It fed on the pain he felt when he put an end to another
Z
being.
którego roku jest MDK2?
Even if that other being was a raven intent on killing him.
2001?
Peace. Then he could use the power of the Iblis stone without being taken over by its evil. The mountains. He would go to the mountains. He could find peace there. Unfortunately, the mountains were not empty. There were ravens everywhere. No matter. He had to fight, yes, but he didn't have to be angry. Parry, dodge, slash, and breathe. Yes, focus on the rhythm, the dance of it, not on the blood or the raven's core as they died. Ah, it was working. He wasn't feeling those dark jolts of eldritch energy. He wasn't...
Nie wiem, czy dobrze poszedłem. Źle poszedłem. MDK2 to jest 2000 rok? 2000? Czemu mam nie grać w HD wersję?
Come on. One fox, no waiting.
Co jest z nią nie tak? Bioshocka też mi mówili, że mam nie grać w remastery. Jakoś zagrałem i jedynka normalnie działa remaster. Dwójka się crashowała co 30 minut. Tak będziesz miał kwadrat? Jaki kwadrat?
Take a leap of faith, said the inscription.
Chyba to jest dobra winda. Nie, to jest zła winda. To jest dłuższa droga. Ja tutaj musiałem chyba iść tędy.
There was a pleasant breeze coming through that door. Had it been closed before?
Ty, ale tu nie ma windy. Ja już tu byłem. Najwyraźniej nie tym razem.
Ooh, sparkly, thought Reynardo.
No idź.
The stone was still silent. His mind was his own, and his heart too. He bore them no ill will, these ravens. They were doing their job. They were expressing their nature. Dance, twirl, parry, jab, and breathe. It was all so simple, wasn't it? Something was missing. He didn't feel truly at peace. Wait. Wasn't this near where Calaveras lived? The sage.
Blokowane osiągnięcie, what magic. Mogę zejść na dół, ja pierdolę. To się cofnę. A nie. Ale nie, to nie ma sensu. Czemu miałbym iść na dół, skoro mogę iść do góry? Ale z drugiej strony tam jest Void Blade. Void Gate, o. Nie pamiętam, gdzie to prowadziło. Ale mam przecież szczyt osiągnąć, no to... Może są jakieś fiksy do tej HD wersji? Które poprawiają te błędy.
Dizzy. Fun. The Iblis Stone, silenced by the Sky Ripper's core, had given Renato enough power to challenge the Imperial fleet. But what Renato was seeking was inner peace. The rebellion was on the verge of extinction, but it would have to wait.
To dobrze widziałem?
At the end of the mountain path, he found the wise Calaveras in his workshop. Do you fix souls or only artifacts? He asked the sage.
Does your soul need fixing?
Asked the sage. I've been killing a lot of ravens lately, he told the sage.
You're a fox,
said Calaveras.
To kill birds is part of your nature. You should take joy in it. I mean, I might as well worry about eating flies. Would you like a fly?
It was true. That's what he had forgotten. The joy. Now he was ready for the final battle. The Farfarer cut through the clouds. The air had never felt so sweet since he was a child. There it was. The dreaded Imperial fleet. He could smell wet hemp ropes ahead, wood and tar, and ravens. Even the fleet smelt good, somehow. He was ready. He was ready.
Coś mi tu nie pasuje. Co mi to dało? Chyba poszedłem w złe miejsce. Miałem osiągnąć szczyt.
Renato had it all squared away in his head. He would kill the Emperor. Isengrim III had begun well, but he had gone mad. He was trying to invoke the lost gods by means of dark, blasphemous rituals. That was a secret. But the victims had spoken to Renato. The ghosts had spoken. No. No anger. Renato could not afford anger. It was empowering the crystal in his sword. That made him stronger, but it clouded his mind. He would not be a hero. A hero strives. Renato would just be one with everything. The Emperor would die, and the wheel would turn, and all would be restored without rancor, without sorrow, without pain.
Co nagle jestem jakiś wyzwolony,
But
czy
the
co?
more he thought about it, and he had so much more time to think about it now that he was not worrying about the battle, killing the Emperor would not change anything. Another would take his place. Perhaps Zenobia. Perhaps the Speaker of the Rebel Council, and power would corrupt them too, and death would make grief, and grief would lead to hatred. He must lead by example. Reject the violence. Reject the desire to create violence. But how? Good thing Renato didn't have vertigo.
Będę miał jakieś psychopatyczne zakończenie teraz. Mam wrażenie, że chyba nie dostanę czwartej prawdy. Chyba coś sknociłem. Chyba powinienem jednak iść do Rebel Base'a. Zamiast iść do gór. Ale z drugiej strony nie byłem na szczycie, byłem tylko spotkałem się z kimś. Ale za to mogę iść tutaj.
Soon he'd confront the Emperor. Funny that this whole war had come about because the Emperor feared death. And now it was coming for him. There was some sort of lesson there, wasn't there?
Będzie pierwszy raz boss w tej grze.
Finally, he came to the Emperor's ship. The path behind him was strewn with dead ravens. The path to enlightenment. His mistake, he realized, was trying to change the world. The world would spin and the wheel would revolve whether he strove against it or not. What he had to do was nothing. He had attained enlightenment. He sat down, adopted a full lotus position, and began to meditate. And all around him, the warriors stopped fighting too. They knew. They could feel his enlightenment. They gave up fighting, dropped their weapons, and became his disciples. No, just kidding. The nearest raven stabbed him with a sword and then chopped off his head. I might not have thought this through properly. Thought Renato's head as it rolled around the deck and died. He should go back to some of the choices he'd faced before. Maybe there were new paths that had opened up, like those doors he was opening up all over the map that took him to new treasures and around his enemies. But he'd learned another true thing. The Iblis Stone was evil. It would try to corrupt anyone who used it.
No i co teraz? Koniec gry? Odblokowałem wszystko? Niemożliwe. Cała gra polega na tym, że mam wszystkie 24 wersje zrobić? Destinies, all truths, all truths, ending. Rzeczywiście muszę... O Jesus, naprawdę muszę wszystkie 24 zrobić? Bez jaj.
Done it. But he knew what he would do. Renato smiled at the book. He practically wanted to kiss it. The kid's sacrifice had... They were alone
Okej. Nie mam zamiaru tego robić. Bez jaj.
in the sky. Zenobia embraced him. They had done it. Through luck and through love, they had won the war. Avalon, here we come, he said as he held her arms wide in the prow of the boat and let her feel its speed. Maybe the real Avalon is wherever we're together, she said. And so, after a bit of an argument, Renato and Zenobia went to one of the two Avalons. The one shrouded in mists, or the one in their hearts. But which one they went to, I'll never tell. He'd done it. He'd forged his own destiny. Well, he hadn't actually done it. But he knew what he would do. Renato smiled at the book. He practically wanted to kiss it. The kid's sacrifice hadn't been in vain. He'd saved the book and saved the world. Renato owed him and his mother so much. Renato lowered the mainsail and let the Farfarer shoot forward in the breeze. Second star to the right, and straight on till morning. This time, he would win.
Dobra, to jest disappointing, jakby nie patrzeć. Nagle się... Ale to było głupie. Kto wpadł na taki głupi pomysł? Czyli, jeżeli nagle budujemy sobie przy zdobyciu wszystkich 24 zakończeń, budujemy sobie swoje jakby przeznaczenie szczęśliwe, to jak to może być szczęśliwe zakończenie, skoro połowa tych zakończeń to jest prawdopodobnie nasza śmierć? To jest dosłownie przetestuj każdą możliwą opcję w kółko i w kółko i w kółko i w kółko i w kółko, żeby zobaczyć, co się może wydarzyć, mimo tego, że prawdopodobnie to przewidzimy, bo gra jest dość przewidywalna pod tym kątem. Jezu, kotaku. Więc myślę, że to była chyba najbardziej taka rzecz, która spowodowała, że ludzie mówili, że ta gra jest taka sobie. I dlatego to poprawili i wydali Omen Side, który jednak ma już odpowiedni jakby stosunek do zakończeń danych wydarzeń.